Sipping it with Mittens, joking about his name is so fly. Mittens, cause he whipping, don't you get it, but that stove's hot, hot. Now let this be a lesson, professing. He handling the hit in his possession. Ooh, what you cooking, what you cooking? Scalding hot beats, but blow up before it's cooking. Ooh, I know you're looking true. I'm out taking with this beat, I'm a lady man. I'm really tryna date it out. What's the number tryna call out? What about my team wood? Shout they don't get logged out. Made by Bethesda, the only way we fall out. Morocco, you a mole. Find another hole to crawl out. Hey, I'm sick of squirrel with the biggest girls. Laces the case get up. I think you're stripping, girl. Damn, how sounding cliche, right? Well, I flame out brain. I'm the PK type. Come and rest in my nest. I'm a bet that night. Metaphor, girl, you gon' get that pipe. Whoa, wrong song. I'm thinking about bum bum. Chicka, wow, wow, the calling of my sloan. The snapping of her thong. The rapping of this song. To tell you this voice gifted, giving you my own. So, hey, now what's better than that? Hey, hey, now what's better than that? Hey, and it don't stop. Coach Crew gon' rockin' it don't stop. Coach Crew gon' rockin' it don't stop. I'm just a nerd. Hey, 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 and it don't stop. Coach Crew gon' rockin' it don't stop. Coach Crew gon' rockin' it don't stop. I'm just a nerd, shout it. Hey, hey, I'm just a nerd, shout it. Hey, hey, I'm just a nerd, shout it. Street Fighter 2, that is my dude. Dark Cloud 2, that is the new. I like RPGs and everything. Metal Gear Solid, man, that's my swing. Hey, and it don't stop. Hey, hey.
All right, people. So, how's it going? Hopefully you guys are doing well. Testing out a couple of things at the moment. Let me see something really fast. And then we'll get into some of this nonsense that's been going on over the last, I don't know, since the last time we reconvened or whatever. So, because it's kind of been a minute. And I realize that. So that's a thing. Let's see here. All right, give me actually just a second. Let me drop that there. Let me do this. But hopefully you guys are doing well, man. Hopefully you guys, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hope life has treated y'all well. Hopefully you guys had a great belated Labor Day. I've been told that some of my fellow detractors have been down bad a little bit. Somebody's ready to take somebody to court. Somebody got demonetized, something allegedly. So we'll hit on some of that in a minute. Give me a second. Let me actually drop this on y'all real fast. Let me do like 2 more things in the background, and then let's get to the business at hand. I'll see you guys literally in like a little short of 3 minutes.
So when they came around, I had my first round pick. And now I'm so sick that they call me a bowler. Sick girls all on my pole like told them. Life is a gamble, your boy done told them. Play your cards right like it's Texas Hold'em. Bounce them shoulders, go ahead, man, kid. I can do it better even though I'm Stone Mountain. Georgia's on my mind, but I live in New York. So I got a southern drawl and I live what I want. They used to say a nigga lag when I started a rap. Now the Facebook niggas asking me for a trip. Poking me on Facebook, trying to be my friend. Nigga, you get your face took, you ask me one more again. I'm a G, that's why they call me shit Gmail, man. This is my space, nigga, you can't make time, yeah. Yo, this how we do. Now walk it out. Walk it out. Keep it simple, stupid. L-I-S-S. Walk it out. 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 Walk it out.
All right. So, okay. So I should have the thing for the integration for Twitch up. If not the next stream, then the stream afterwards. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta bring this Snortbucks thing over there to Twitch and see what's popping with that. Also, big ups to Sunspot Gallery who put a little something together. I'll play it on stream. If not this stream, the next stream. Get you guys feeling on it. And he said, you know what I'm saying, it's open to feedback and whatnot, so big ups to him. So big ups to Super Sloth Pants, Chiyo 18, Sunspot Gallery, anybody who's has ever dropped me a line and whatnot, or ever send anything my way. I've always appreciated that. I appreciate all you guys showing up. So now that that's been said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the business at hand. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and stop with all that positivity, and let's go ahead and be the negative, mentally ill piece of shit that I am. Right. So, DSP's documentary dropped. I have skimmed it. I haven't actually sat down and actually watched it yet. So, feel free to give me your temperature on what you guys feel and what you guys think and whatnot. But I have been, I will actually do a video on it. It's probably going to be clocked out. The documentary is like 3 hours and like 40 something minutes. So I'm looking at like 6 hours, probably close to 7. Then I'm going to go ahead and do, because just to show how much I hate myself, I'm going to go over all of DSP's responses to it, which is like another 8 hours, probably close to 9. So that's going to push me to like 15, 16 hours there. So depending on when I start production, if I start production this weekend like planned, I should be able to have it drop mid to late September, maybe. Long story short, you probably get like you might get like 24 hours out of me, depending on how we drop it. I'm gonna drop DSP because here's how the production thing is gonna be. I'm gonna go over the June the King documentary for DSP. Then I'm gonna go over DSP's response. Then I'm gonna go over the Review Tech USA documentary. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do Rich's response yet because I don't think it interests me enough, but we'll see. But then I want to go over the Keemstar interview. I definitely want to go over the Craig interview because theoretically, Craig has all the ammunition he needs to blow DSP out the water. All he has to do is play the cards right. It doesn't even matter that he, quote unquote, allegedly can't ask DSP any questions. That doesn't mean anything. Craig can just come out and say, you said this to me here. You lied to me. Explain yourself. That's not me asking you a question. That's me demanding something. And Phil theoretically is just going to have to deal because let's go ahead and stop all the talking and get to the talking. First things first, as it pertains to the Craig situation, DSP thinks he can go ahead and get Craig to bend the knee to him. And then he's hoping to reestablish a relationship because he believes Craig can give him some gaming credibility back. And that's going to be his easy foray into politics. Neither one of those things are going to pan. The next thing is this nonsense that's going on with Max, which he thinks that, now the Max thing is actually kind of interesting, but it's not clever. Max, the situation with Max is a two-pronged plan. First things first, actually. Let's see here. I think I got that set up. All right, cool. Let me actually go ahead and do what we're supposed to do over here. Let's get some Snortbucks in chat. The Maximillian situation is a two-pronged plan, which anybody who's worth their salt can already see like what he's trying to do, and it's not going to work for a variety of different reasons and whatnot. Now, with that being said, there are big ups to Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Big ups Chiyo 18. Okay, so here's the thing with DSP and Max. DSP wants Max, but his objective is Justin Wong. So here's the thing. Besides using Craig to try to get back into the good graces of side scrollers and try to give himself some gaming cred, older gaming cred, I should say, and maybe even a foray in the politics later, he needs Max to give him mainstream legitimacy, which Max can't do because Max's brand is not based on that. Like, Max has a circle of people, he has corporate contacts, he has people in the scene that he has contacts with. He is as self-sustaining as he ever really needs to be. Like, essentially what Max is now is what DSP wanted with with John and Howard. That's what he wanted, but he'll never get it. But anyway, he needs Max to give him legitimacy, not just as it pertains to fighting games, which is the most obvious situation, but to try to give him legitimacy as it pertains to video games in general. The actual target, the actual piggy target in this is Justin, because he needs Justin to justify that he was good at fighting games back in those days because of the Evo East win back in the day. On top of that, if he can have Max's approval and get Max to sign Justin onto that gives DSP his way back into the FGC, basically. But that won't work. Neither one of those guys are stupid. Like, you don't think? I'm not even gonna say. I can't even say. But I will say, most of the shit that DSP has ever said to Justin or Max, they know it. They've seen it. It's been sent to them over Discord as well as other means. There is no way either one of those guys are going to do so. Like that nonsense DSP pulled last night where he's like, I was crying, not because I'm straight pussy and I was going to get my ass beat by fucking Jaha, but because I admitted that I was an alcoholic. And you laughed at me. You owe me a public apology. Really? Well, what happened like 3 or 4 months ago? Actually, it was probably a little longer than that. When Street Fighter 6 first dropped off, or came out, I should say, I'm sorry. And you were over there sucking Justin's dick in his fucking Twitch chat. Why didn't you ask for an apology then? You didn't do that then, but now you want an apology? So, get the fuck up out of here, bitch. That's not how that worked. And this whole situation with, so that's what the main objective is with Max. If he can get Max's approval, he thinks that he can get himself closer to Justin, which will in turn give him the credibility he needs to get back into the FGC, which is not going to happen. On top of that, he wants to have a match with Justin, or no, he wants to have a match with Max in MVC2, which makes no sense because Max will clean your ass up because you're garbage at Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Shut that shit up. So that's not going to work. And then he wants to play Taquito, which is a joke. Like, Taquito will beat him clean in anything. But he wants Taquito in Super Turbo. Not that fucking bullshit port. He wants him in a legitimate port online on fucking in Super Turbo, which is dumb because in Japan their internet is so damn good that DSP will get clean the fuck up. Here's the fucked up part about that. DSP knows it. He'll just blame it all on the internet issues if he loses again. And it's not even a matter of if he'll lose, it's when he loses. So that's not going to work. Same thing with Max and the same thing with Marvel vs. Capcom 2. On top of that, why won't he challenge Justin to Super Turbo? You beat him at Evo East all those years ago. Challenge him. But he don't want to do that because he knows Justin will clean his ass up. He knows there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to have eyes on Justin, just like there's going to be a bunch of people watching Taquito, just like there's going to be a bunch of people watching Max, and you don't want to get embarrassed. And then DSP running around here saying, oh, well, all these new eyes, all these new eyes on the June the King documentary, and that's going to open up opportunities. No, it's not. It's just going to go ahead and get you felted. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be honest with all of you for a minute, okay? This is a niche community. This whole shit, okay? Nobody here is going to go mainstream on anything unless you choose to leave this shit. Other than that, this is a niche type thing. No one in the grand scheme of things give a fuck. That's the reason why Mutahar bounced out. That's the reason why fucking Mr. Medicare didn't feel a need to do that shit. He'll do it whenever he feels like it. This is some niche bullshit. Same thing with the fucking shit with Kino. It's all niche dumb crap. And this is coming from someone who's true to the game. I respect the game. You know what I'm saying? And even I can tell you that. That's all this will ever be. This is what DSP has been relegated to. There is no on the way up for you. You're still a lolcow. You're still in the vortex. This is still Goutopia, and you're not going to go nowhere. This is crab in the bucket shit. And people like myself, the people who you would think would sit there and be wanting to pull him down, I don't need to. I can let Doody do it. I can let him do it. He's the one who wanted to be the face of the community. He's the one who wanted to be the head of this detractor shit. There ain't no head of the table on any of this. Doody don't speak for me, and I don't speak for him. But he's going to put in the work, because what does he have to lose? So, there you go on that. So there is no escaping this shit. And no matter how bad Doody makes himself, or let's reword that. It doesn't matter what Doody does to make himself look however which way you perceive him looking, or how Kino Casino or DSP says he's felt it or whatever, he's not going to stop. If anything, the only thing that's hurt Doody, at least from what I've seen, the only thing that hurt him recently is when he stopped doing content. Because then that right there automatically, like, it automatically goes into contradiction to what he was trying to say about what he was saying to Keem about he don't care about the money. So, like, there's his problem there. On top of that, speaking of which, there's a lot of things going around the campfire as it pertains to demonetization and detractors getting attacked and maybe being put under a microscope or whatever. I'll tell you this much. If detractors go down to being demonetized, because Doody's not the first and he's not going to be the last, but if detractors do start getting demonetized, like if there's like a widespread thing on YouTube for that, you have to go after the commentator community too. Done. The commentator community gets shot down. The drama community gets shot down. The tea community gets dropped down. Done. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of that's got to go. All of that. So whether Keem actually did move against Doody or not is really incidental. You can't take all of us without affecting other communities too. That's just how that works. Because if that wasn't the case, then Def Noodles, who believe whatever you think of Def Noodles now, is incidental. Back in his day, he was somebody. He would have gotten demonetized a long ass time ago. Shit, Keemstar would have been demonetized a long ass time ago. They got rid of fucking Leafy because Leafy was an actual fucking problem. Are we gonna say that Doody's on the level of a Leafy? No. You'd be ridiculous to say that shit. Damn near retarded. Stop. So that's what it is with that. Doody will wait 3 months, 6 months, whatever, he'll get remonetized again, and that's it. He may not have the pull in the algorithm as he used to, but he'll still get his coin. It is what it is on that. As it pertains to the other thing with, was it Super Crazy? He's raising money to take DSP to court. I think it's funny, to be honest with you. Godspeed to him and whatnot, and hopefully he gets his money or whatever. And if he does drag DSP in the court just to wear down on the fucking Snortfort's coffers, then by all means. Because if not, whatever money that DSP has, he's blowing it on his second account at WWE Champions anyway. So who gives a shit? And then, what's this nonsense about DSP has a treadmill and he's running around here doing 4-minute miles? That's weird. If you have a treadmill, why is Cat fat? I'm being straight the fuck up honest with that. If you have a treadmill in the house, right? A treadmill that can be accessed and used at any given time and doesn't have any weight restrictions, why is Catherine fat? Someone tell me that. Make that make sense. How is it that we went from, stick with me on this. How did we go from Catherine wanted an exercise bike because she couldn't come to the gym anymore and get that after work workout with myself, Jim, Tyrone, and the rest of the boys. She couldn't have none of that no more. So she asked for an exercise bike. DSP's parents sent her Christmas money for that. Somehow the exercise bike gets botched. He ends up taking that shit back or sending it back. He makes her spend that money on his bills. And then all of a sudden they get a treadmill later and Catherine's still fat. How does that work? What, did she eat the treadmill too? Like, how did that work? And then DSP's talking about, I ran for 30 straight minutes. Isn't the same fucker that we've seen move from the fucking the gamer chair to the window and back and be winded? His breathing is probably slightly better than Chantel's or Foodie Beauty's. So make that make sense. Like, what? What did I miss? What did I miss? Like, fucking A. Anyway, just dumb shit. What's up, Proper? What's up to everybody in chat? Like, that shit is dumb. This shit is literally fucking dumb. Like, none of that shit makes sense. And then he got called, then, like, literally in his response, I saw the clip to this. And, in the response, to the June the King documentary, first off, I do need to kind of sit down and watch the documentary from beginning to end before I say anything, but from what I'm seeing right now, it's mid at best. Because there's stuff that he could have elaborated on even further. There's stuff that he did miss a couple of things, but I can't be mad because I've messed up on some shit too, or misspoken, whatever. So some of that shit can be forgiven. There's stuff that could have been further elaborated on, and I felt like that didn't happen. And it's only slightly better than the fucking Review Tech one, because he completely bombed that Review Tech one. If it wasn't for Mikey saving that shit, the whole Review Tech nonsense in general would have been screwed if it wasn't for Mikey's video to back up June's, in my own personal opinion. But I need to watch it fully before I start making judgments, to be honest with you. I just haven't sat down and done it yet. It's not that I'm not motivated, because I'm clearly getting ready to make a video on it, and I gotta put time aside for that shit. It's just, I don't know, there's some issues, there's some discrepancies and whatnot. I will say, I was highly entertained when June, from a narrative standpoint, started off the documentary speaking about the FGC, right? And its early beginnings in the United States. And DSP getting bitch made as hell, being like, what does this have? Excuse me. I understand this is about the FGC and everything, but this doesn't say anything about me, so what's the point of all this? He was trying to set up. He was trying to be a good narrator and set up the scene, right? So people understand what it was before your dumbass came in and became a parasite and a cancer to it. And then later on, DSP compliments him on him setting the scene proper, doing it. It's fucking dumb. Like, I don't know how many pauses DSP had within the first hour, not even an hour, like 45 minutes of that. I'm going to end up doubling that because there's just so much shit to call out. Just in the fighting game part of it, there's just so much shit to call out. Like, there's so many problems and whatnot. That's bullshit. That's absolute crap. Like, when he said that him and Viscant, it was all just to fucking work and no one else got the joke and whatever. That's bullshit. Because what he was trying to do with the whole DX Chops thing, right, is DSP's angle was if he could get Jay to do it with him, right, then they both get hated on. But because Jay or Viscant is respected and liked, people would let him slide, and he thought by proxy that would let DSP slide. But truth was, DSP was trying to set Jay up. He was legitimately trying to set Jay up. He was hoping that they would both do it. Jay gets the heat, and he gets to score, and he gets to go ahead and crawl away like the roach shit that he is. Then I'm still not done. Then DSP sits there and says, "Oh, well, me and Jay were friendly, and I got to stay at his house, and this, that, and the third." But then when they talk about the whole thing with Mike Watson and fucking Jaha, right? When he gets pressed out there in the parking lot and shit, and he had to get on his hands and knees and suck dick and say that he was an alcoholic, he sat there and said in his response, DSP, he said it in his response that, "Oh, well, I always felt like I got set up." So which one is it? Either you and Jay were boys, or Jay walked you into the fucking death trap. Which one was it? When he said that he'd always thought that Jay set him up, I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat good off this shit. I'm gonna eat good off of it, because he contradicts himself constantly. Give DSP enough rope and he'll hang himself and whatnot. I've preached that to you guys for years. I coined the phrase. Eventually, the name of the messenger will be forgotten, but the message won't, because he constantly lives up to that. Constantly. Out of anything and everything that I've ever said in my years in the game, that shit right there will always be remembered. And DSP will constantly, with every snort in his being, will always justify that. He's like, he doesn't even understand, like, you know what I'm saying, how stupid he is. He has no understanding whatsoever. And then, let me further that. DSP's talking about all this growth he had, and he showed all that bullshit a couple of days ago, like his analytics. Look at how far we've grown. Look at how far we've come. Don't let the documentary soil all this. Look at what we've built together. Fuck all that bullshit. DSP, it doesn't matter how many people come to your lame-ass streams, come to your lame-ass content, listen to fucking Kino Casino, try to fucking prop your bitch ass up. How many of them are going to stay? How many of them are going to be there next month, 3 months from now, 6 months from now? If none of them stay, then none of it matters. If you can't keep the Kino Casino dollar in the fucking snort fort 3 months from now, then it doesn't mean anything. And truth be told, and this is just my own personal opinion, Kino Casino's theoretically in the red right now. They're losing money doing this nonsense. That's why they needed, and this is just my own personal opinion, but this is the reason why they had all of these things planned out in succession like that. That's why they needed, I personally think, they needed HeatMakerz for his shit. And they needed it, I would say they needed it by the end of September, probably going into October, to be honest. Not because HeatMakerz is really sick and the clock's ticking, because I'm hoping that we can get 2 more streams out of HeatMakerz this year. Somewhere around October. He usually does one in November, but really in October and hopefully around Christmas time. Those are really the 2 that I'm really hoping for if he's up to it. I would never ask that man to put his health on the line for some dumb shit, to be honest. But those are the 2 streams that I'd be looking forward to. Obviously, Kino Casino was hoping to try to get DSP and HeatMakerz in there before that, and then they could cut DSP off. Because DSP is a parasite. He is a cancer. He is wearing down on them financially and on the content. It's getting old. People are getting tired of propping DSP up. And the few people that you see doing it, they're not going to do it for long. As soon as Kino Casino calls motherfuckers back to the fucking table, those people are going to come back to the table. End of story. So whatever this experiment was that fucking PPP was going for, it's run its course, I think. Unless you can get him into a situation with Ralph, but that's not going to work because even Ralph at half a step will still run circles around DSP. So that's not going to work. DSP is not smart enough to go at Nick Fuentes or anybody like that. So that's not going to work. Like, he's running his course. There's really nothing else, to be honest. There's nothing else. And like I said, once you start losing money, then it becomes even more of an issue. So there's that. So, I mean, there's really, like, whether DSP recognizes it or not, the doors are closing in. Like, things are not that far off from going back to the way it was. It's the natural order of things. End of story. You know what I'm saying? Even if there was like a widespread situation where any detractor who's monetized ends up getting demonetized for 3 months, 6 months, or whatever. Those who are true to the game are going to keep doing it until they get the monetization back. The other ones who don't. End of story. Or the ones who take a break, they take a break, and then when they come back, they got to fight the algorithm all over again. All right. It is what it is. So, like, there's the end of that. As it pertains to the super crazy situation, I have to sit down and, like, actually look at it more. But from what I've seen, DSP has already incriminated himself because DSP admits to sitting there and flagging the guy on purpose, maliciously. Well, no, first he said he didn't do it. Then he said he did do it, but he rectified it and changed it. But then he admitted after that he did it because he wanted to get super crazy demonetized, which only makes sense, which is the reason why he released the claim later. He did it it was a test, basically. He wanted to see if he could demonetize him, if he could get somebody demonetized and how he would go about doing it. Once he did that, it was on to the races. And then, excuse me, that's not even a new tactic. Let's go back to Internet Blood Sports days. Fucking Monday and Matt did that shit to, he tried to do it to Kino Casino. He tried to do it to Morning Kumite. He didn't go after Warski, but because he was scared. But he went after a few other people too. He definitely did it to the smaller YouTube channels. And he did the same thing for the same reason. It wasn't about just taking the video down. If they were monetized, he could get a strike on them and see if he could get them demonetized. Fucking A, Susie Lou did the exact same shit. She literally did the exact same thing and she did it for the same purpose. Either if she couldn't get your video, first get the video taken down. After she gets the video taken down, if you're monetized, get you demonetized. If not, get the whole channel taken down itself. Period. This isn't an old tactic. Like, this shit's been going on forever. Dude, in 2017, DSP struck Snorpernell, their main channel, big up Snorpernell, struck Snorpernell's channel probably no more than, or had false strikes on that channel, at least a minimum of 8 to 10 times that I can remember and whatnot. So he's been trying to do this bullshit. This isn't new. This isn't new at all. So, like, what makes him think that that shit's gonna change? The rules are different. You know what I mean? The rules are different. And if Keemstar really did go at Duty for malicious intent, I mean, really, that comes down to, it's not really over DSP. That's over a personal beef that happened on Twitter months ago, which I thought both of those guys had already fucking resolved that dumb shit. You guys are still fighting over that? You're still fighting over the fact that Duty took like 30, 35 minutes, whatever the fuck it was. He sat there and put that shit on his shit. What the fuck do you think he was going to do with it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be honest. Like, shit, 007 ain't sat there and took the whole boxing match and put that shit on his channel. No one said nothing. And what was the desired effect? It helped fucking LOL Cow Live. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he did. So, theoretically, Duty did exactly what you wanted him to do. And on top of that, did you not know what you were asking Duty to do before you asked him to do it? Duty doesn't have a lot of editing done on that shit. So what'd you think? He was going to clip out the segment he needed and he was going to put it up. So either Keem is completely and utterly inept and we're not paying attention to what the fuck is going on around this bitch, or Duty rubbed him the wrong way and he used that clip that Duty took as a pretense to go after him. And we'll never know the truth. We'll never really know. But I'm thinking it's more than just Duty taking that 35, 40-minute clip. And you know, I don't have no allegiance to Duty. I don't have no reason to stand up for that guy. So the fuck I care either which way. But I'm pretty confident that it's more than just that clip. Duty either said or did something that he might not have even realized. He may have said or done something, Keem, that he may not realize, but Keem took offense to it. Because that's the type of bitch Keem is. Keem is someone who takes offense very easily to shit, to be honest. But even though he is business oriented, he is emotional. So, you know, it is what it is. So, I don't know. We'll see where that pans out. Fucking lame. That whole situation with Duty and Keem is lame as fuck though. They they both need to grow the fuck up. That's just dumb. Like, you guys got nothing else better to do but sit there and bitch and complain about some dumb shit like that. All right, chat. You guys let me talk for a few minutes. I do have a video clip from today's bullshit fucking stream that we can go over. Big ups to everybody in chat. Let's go ahead and tag some of you guys in. Let's see what the chat has to say. You know what I'm saying? Let's let y'all speak y'all mind. Let's do that. That's always fun. So, who's gonna start us off? Fucking A. Meth Bed, you're up.
Meth Bear says, Phil dropped T2. Jesse Green 619 says, hello Atlas the bookkeeper. Hanger 18 says, Noodles works for Keem now LOL.
Yeah, that's what I hear. That's ironic, but that's what Keem does. He collects his enemies.
Snipen says, fuck Duty when you depending on this for a job you shouldn't be here.
But how is Duty? But here's the thing. I thought Duty's retired. I thought Duty has money I don't know. I don't even know what that financial situation is. That's none of my business. It is what it is. But the narrative that I've always seen was this is all, he's retired. He's doing this shit for the fun of it. And if he's making a profit, cool. If Duty's really depending on this for a job, like anybody else, then that right there is already problematic in itself, if that's the case.
Spitfire01 says, this DSP clout chase arc is the best thing to happen to him since the coveted vest streak arc.
Agreed.
Norman Beige says, I give a shit. Fuck KC for starting all this bullshit.
Come on, man. It's been decent. It's been decent content. It's just running its course a lot quicker than I think that they expected. If Duty didn't say anything, or if no one, I should say, responded to this shit negatively, Kino Casino would have to change their approach, to be honest. Because Duty's the type of person who's going to engage because he cares about how people perceive him, they milked him. They milked him, not in a fun way either. They milked him in such a way where they used Duty's ambition to be the face of the detractor community, which I don't know why anybody would want that. They used it against him. So now when people look at detractors and say you guys are all mentally ill, you take the shit too seriously, you guys are fucking lame, you guys are the real dents and all this, that, and the third, once anybody wants to say something back, they can immediately just point to Doody and be like, well, how do you explain him? He's supposed to be a pillar of your community, right? He's one of the voices in your community, right? He's someone that people hold up and respect, right? Like, that's where the problems kind of come in. But Doody don't speak for me. So I don't know. I don't see how that's my problem, to be honest. Dude, I've done plenty. I've done plenty to put dirt on my jersey and whatnot. But trust me, all the blood and everything that was on it, I earned that shit. All the skeletons in my closet, that just tells you how long they've been in there. But he don't speak for me, and I don't speak for him. So then, that doesn't break me. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't break any of you. When Doody talks for himself. End of story. You shouldn't let another person speak for you anyway. That doesn't sound smart. Like, you know what I'm saying? That whole hive mind shit we accuse DSP for, that theoretically, that'd be the same shit you do that we'd be doing over here. If a detractor says something, a detractor, troll, hater, or critic says something that you agree with, that's one thing. But you agreeing with what someone says and letting someone else speak for you are two separate things. That's all I'm saying.
Hanger 18 says, Phil is delusional.
Yes, he is.
Agent Proper says, you cooking?
I'm cooking, dude. We got pork ribs on the grill and shit that I ain't had marinated for the better part of like 36 hours and shit. I got some pulled pork out here in this motherfucker. I got potato salad. I got coleslaw. I got baked beans. I got fucking cornbread. I got biscuits. I got all that bullshit, dude. I got a fucking pecan pie in the oven and shit. Dude, I got a fucking Dutch apple pie coming too. Boy, it's gonna be good eating. It's gonna be some good eating.
Meth Bear says, Cat can't exercise because working part-time is exhausting and she needs time to recover.
What's up, Meth Bear?
Sonicicago 5962 says, GTG, what's your thoughts of inciting violence on Rocksteady and breaking YouTube's on creator harassment?
There's a thin line between creator on creator harassment and having an opinion or criticizing and shit. And DSP tries to blur that line constantly. Whenever, for example, whenever DSP goes at Maximillian, he says he's just giving his opinion. But in truth, he's trying to throw dirt on his name. He's trying to harass him. He's trying to bring him down. He's always done that. DSP has done that to anybody and everybody. Theoretically, he tried to cite that. He tried to... I'm deviating off for a minute. Bear with me. That shit that he did with Doody today. Like, theoretically, Doody needs the clip when DSP basically pig whistled to have his video taken down. The same video, apparently, that Doody privated halfway through, DSP reacting to it. It's kind of funny, to be honest with you. But whatever. Theoretically, Doody needs to fucking go ahead and clip that shit and send it to somebody. Because literally, DSP was like, oh, you said this video is this, that, and the third, is slander, yada, 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 yada. I'm not going to flag your video, Doody. I'm not asking anybody else to flag it. But this thing is wrong. Then all of a sudden, the shit gets privated. What's the first thing DSP says? Oh, well, hey, Doody, I'm not sure if you know this, but just because you private a video doesn't mean people can't flag it. Why would anybody flag the shit if you just said don't do it and you weren't interested in doing it? You saw how, and so he literally put the thought out there. Then when Doody fucking privated the video, he still basically called or put the threat out there that, hey, I can still flag your video. Or I can still send other people to flag your video. Because DSP still has the URL. So if he wanted to flag it, he still could. And DSP probably did. And he probably got other people to do it too. So there's that. As it pertains to the violence on Rocksteady, I need to look into that a little closer. To get better give better context to that. But that's my thoughts on that. Like, in that, in truth be told, there's always going to be YouTube on YouTube, like YouTuber on YouTuber drama and bullshit. It's just the way it is. As long as you have an opinion on someone, it'll be considered harassment no matter how you spin it. Like, at all. If you want an example of that, I can do that. Look at the shit with Ronnie 2K over there, NBA 2K and shit. That guy cries about getting harassed all the fucking time, and he's always on Twitter spitting some dumb shit. It is what it is. I'll give you another example. Look at Leffen from fucking the Smash community, where a large majority of pedophiles and all that other bullshit's going on over there. Dude, he's constantly saying he's getting death threats, this, that, and the third. What you don't know, because it gets wrapped up in his tweets and shit, is that dude is constantly trying to incite violence on other people. Or he's constantly trying to harass other people. It's just what he does. He's wired to be a piece of shit. no matter what. The only difference is he plays a decent enough victim to where people feel bad for him, which is kind of like what DSP does. If anything, and that's, I don't want to talk about it because it's a project that I'm working on, but if you look at Leffen, he's just a more successful version of Darksydephil. He's just as much of a lazy, useless scumbag as DSP is. He's just more successful. But he's literally DSP to the core. That's all he is. And that's the reason why every community he tries to get into in the FGC shits on him. And I bet you right now, the Guilty Gear community wishes that they shitted on him because he made their whole community look silly as fuck. He ends up winning, not because he won EVO last year, but what he did leading up to him winning, and then how he's been reacting like a bitch since he lost. Like, I don't even think the dude made top 8 this year. He damn sure didn't make top 6. So, or maybe he did. Maybe he took 7th, I guess. He might have taken 7th. I don't know. After he got bumped out of the tournament, I was done watching Guilty Gear after that. So, so that was the end of that. So give me a little bit more time, Sonic, to really think about your question in full. But big ups though. But like I said, content creator on content creator harassment will always be a thing.
Hanger18 says, I loved how the dents had voice changers like witness protection.
That's funny. If it's true, that's funny.
Atlas the bookkeeper says, it was 140 or some after the first react.
I'll beat that. I'll beat that clean. First hour? I don't know if I have 140 within the first hour, but I'll easily turn that hour into 3 hours, no problem. That's for sure.
Agent Proper says, DSP had 2 pauses a minute.
Oh, you can see why Panda's sex life didn't work out well for her while they were together.
Oathkeeperox's 99 says, over 35 plus pauses but he only close to an hour.
Jesus Christ.
Atlas the bookkeeper says, 122.
Yikes.
Jesse Green 619 says, almost 50 time I think I left before they done.
Wow.
Sniperna Snipin says, it doesn't matter, the dents still kept the streak.
We'll see how long it goes. What's the streak at now? It's like in the 20s, right? So like we'll see if he makes it to, let's see, the original vest streak died at 73 because he was padded. I mean, some people theorize it actually died before that, but 73 is when it should have officially died because he padded the numbers on it to keep that going out of desperation. And it died at like 276. Let's see. Well, like I said, get back to me if he makes it into the 50s, let alone if he makes it into the 70s and whatnot. Like, it won't go on nearly as long as the vest streak, I don't think. Not without him padding numbers. And truth be told, because DSP can go ahead and spin tips and contributions any way he sees fit, he could literally do just that. So it's not like DSP is above lying, right? Right?
The Otaku King says, where the hell you been at, dude? Welcome back.
How's it going, man? Just grinding, man. Life. You know what I'm saying? Life and whatnot. But like I said, I'm hoping to get back into the picture. Like I said, I got a lot of big projects that are coming up. I'm committed to it and whatnot. Because word around the campfire was, I got mentioned on That Being Said over the weekend. I haven't had a chance to watch the episode yet. But I got mentioned over the weekend and whatnot, talking about coming for Steve's crown. Last time I checked, the title belt was firmly around my waist where it's always been. But, you know, okay, you know, maybe I'm just a linear champion or whatnot or whatever the case is, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm coming for the strap that I never lost. So, so I'll be back in it. You know what I'm saying? Nothing's changed and whatnot. Big ups to That Being Said, though.
Atlas the bookkeeper says, I quit watching Kino Casino once they started with DSP.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Agent Proper says, KC is losing money and influence. Jim called them fools in a tweet today.
Did he really? Hold on a second. I'll give me a second. Let's see here. Go. Fucking A. Can I bring you guys in on this? Actually, I could if I was willing to try. Okay. This is my Twitter. I'm really looking forward to this too, by the way. Capcom Fighting Collection. I'm headhunting DSP. Well, there's a couple other YouTubers I'm headhunting too. But I'm headhunting DSP. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Boy, I've got an infinite, or I've got a fucking cable hyper viper beam filled with your name all over that bitch. Boy, I'm gonna have a good time beating your ass. Anyway, let's see here. Is that Furtado? No, that's not him. I don't think so. What is this? Go fuck yourself at DSP just in case DSP tries to get out of this one with June the King. Oh, did they talk about the... They did. Good. Because they needed to talk about that bullshit about how he lied on Chris and Teo and said that that PC was like $3,000 and it wasn't. It was like $1,500 or something. McDonald's got people fucking doing free running and shit while promoting McDonald's. That's hilarious. That's a meme. All right, hold on a second. Oh, look at this shit. This is actually kind of dope. I like this. This is nice. From Darksydephil. That's nice. I like that. Oh, I guess Cat is kind of a fat little teacup / mech. Ha! Anyway, sorry. There ain't no need for me to be overly mean at the moment. Okay, HeatMakerz. Let's see what Jim is up to. Oh, let's see what Jim is doing. All right, let's see what Jim's doing. Let's see. Am I following Wario64? Yeah, I am. Okay. Let's see. Huh. Let's see here. That's the TikTok shit with the bank. That shit's hilarious if you guys haven't seen that. That shit's funny. Huh. Oh yeah, I heard that Aaron from fucking from Steel Toe and shit's in trouble because he ain't sending out revenge porn of fucking Nick's wife. That's hilarious. I can't wait to look into that further because I want to see what that's about. Was he responding to somebody? Maybe he was responding to someone and I don't see it. Let me put this on the back burner for just a second. I'll take a look at that further. To be honest. But yeah, I heard what Aaron did. That was smart. That was smart. Good job on that, Aaron. All right, let's continue.
JSwabe503 says, Kino revive was too early.
It was.
Razor Sharp says, Big UPS GTG, good to see you doing content.
Big ups.
Random French Lurker says, you don't need a masterful documentary to expose the pig. This is easy with some basic research, everything is there. What June did is enough. The pig is worse at deflecting with age.
Agreed.
JSwabe503 says, Kino prop up DSP, DSP has no energy, no chutzpah.
Facts.
Razor Sharp says, I think KC wanted to make the detractors be the content, but that just wasn't gonna work long term.
No, it wasn't. Because, let's be honest, you're not gonna change shit from the ground up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Despite, like, unless every detractor, troll, hater, and critic worth their salt crashes out all at once. You know what I'm saying? A half dozen to a dozen detractors are not gonna fucking change anything from the ground up. The game is the game. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it is what it is. Either, what's the term? Like dent tractor or whatever. Either more people fall on that side there or they just fall out altogether. End of story. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to change everything from the ground up like that. It's not that serious. It's all about farming for content and whatnot. And I can understand that Kino wanted to turn detractors into content, but they weren't going to do it the way they did it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you would have to turn out, like, you don't turn out Duty to try to make detractors look bad. You have to go for someone that has, like, real respectability. That's Tevin. That's Theo. That's ProleteR. That's Pop. That's Ann. That's The Outsider. That's fucking Secret Limited. That's Snorper. Now, you need to get someone who actually, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get someone that people can look to and be like, wait a second, that's out of character. Why are they doing that? Like, that wasn't going to happen.
Razor Sharp says, or maybe it's that DSP really had nothing to offer except dunking on his opposition, which is something he's always done even before Kino.
Agreed. I think they just used him for the situation with Rich. And that's pretty much all he was really good for.
Ramza675 says, Phil lately has been on a campaign to flag/demonetize all big tractors.
I've seen that too. I've also heard other rumblings too, which we'll speak on at a later time, but it's just getting interesting.
David says, didn't someone do it just to get their haters' names?
Probably. Well, depending on the context of what you're saying, David.
Oathkeeperoxes99 says, rent-free DOODS is to Phil, the new Tevin.
No, he's not the new Tevin. I won't do that. Like, because Tevin was never an easy target or a soft target. I mean, DOOD's not an easy target, he's a soft target. But that was never Tevin. That was never Tevin. When he was going at Tevin, he literally was trying to bring down a whole community through Tevin. He's not doing that with DOOD and whatnot. What he wants to do is he thinks if he can beat DOOD in the court of public opinion, then by proxy, he can go ahead and try to felt other detractors and try to bait them into going after him too. When he was going after Tevin, he was going after Tevin hoping to bring down the community with him. And obviously that didn't happen because Tevin's not stupid.
David says, Keem was just trying to build hype for the DSP interview. I think DOOD handled it well though.
I think him getting mad I think them going at each other wasn't a smart move, but it is what it is. Clearly, whatever arrangement they had, there wasn't enough clarification or understanding between the two of them. So theoretically, that's just on them as far as I see it.
JSwabe503 says, I'm lost. Where does DOOD get hate from?
DOOD gets hate from a couple of different places for a variety of different reasons. I mean, I'm sure he can be honest with himself and answer that, but it is what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every detractor has some hate on them or some dirt on their name. It is what it is. It's all on really how you handle it.
Arizona Mod Gamer says, didn't DOOD accuse Keem of copyright striking him? Keem got kinda heated over that and spurged a bit.
I don't know if DOOD thought that Keem was gonna strike him, or if he said Keem actually did. I can't remember. But Keem is one of those people that you kind of don't like. You don't just pop out and accuse him of that without proof. Like if DOOD really did get struck by Keem, he should have posted the report on Twitter. To be honest, to back that up. If not, then you start getting into problems because Keem doesn't like that for obvious reasons.
JSwabe503 says, man, 5K is still a sweet play money situation.
Agreed.
GrayFox2000 says, he took money from Keem's pocket.
It couldn't have been much. I mean, I agree. I understand by the premise because Keem don't like losing money. I get that. But it wasn't enough for all this nonsense to go on right now. And Keem likes holding a grudge, especially over his money. You know what I'm saying? You can't separate a gnome from his money.
Razor Sharp says, I think Keem kinda wanted it both ways. He wants outside influence like detractors involved, but he doesn't want to lose views to them. That's
a fair point. But he's always going to lose. He's always going to lose viewership to detractors within the detractor sphere, which is the whole point. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is a niche ass little fucking community and shit. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to bleed a little bit if you want to accomplish anything here. You know what I'm saying? And at one time or another, unless you really want to keep yourself secular from other people, you may have to involve yourself with people that you don't necessarily like. Do you think every detractor out here likes each other? They don't. Let me just answer that question for you. They don't. But people will play nice to get shit accomplished and get shit done. And if you're okay with that, that is what that is, to be honest. But Keem knew what that was. You know what I'm saying? He thought he was just going to come in here and think he was going to interrupt the economy that's going on over here, whether that economy includes money, clout, or whatever else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the man's got, like, what happened was his Keem's knife got dull. You know what I'm saying? His battle axe has gotten blunted. He forgot how shit gets done around here. He's forgotten how shit got done on the internet as a whole, to be honest. That's why he needs to bring, I honestly think, that's the reason why he wants to bring, I don't know why I'm saying because I know exactly what I want to say. It's the reason why he wants to bring Drama Alert back. Because he feels like he needs to get his edge back. And he's just going to use that to prop up Locale Live.
Atlas the Bookkeeper says, regardless of how you feel about Keem or DOOD, getting in the way of another man's 5K a month for no personal gain is whack.
That's a fair point.
JSwabe503 says, casino content arc is cringe at best, the whole chain together was terrible.
It was, but yet again, it just shows what kind of deficit DSP is. And the fact that deficit has translated to Kino casinos losing money or potentially losing money, keeping DSP around and trying to prop him up is hilarious.
Donut Sensei says, a bit late to the barbecue.
It's all right, man. I saved you a plate. No one's going to go hungry here. You know what I'm saying? No one's going to go hungry here.
Senor Silverio says,
I like that last name.
Dodie is very dumb.
He just handled the situation badly.
Both Keeperoxes 99 says, Pillar. No one wants to be one. See how the sons of Kojima try to run the community. Agreed.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. I mean, yet again, that maybe falls down to a personal opinion. It's who you look up to or who you respect or whatever. But to call him a pillar, I don't call anybody a pillar really, outside of those who are already at OG or GOAT status, is a bit, maybe it's a bit pretentious, possibly. But I mean, perception is reality. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. If that's what you see, then that's what you go with. Can't fault somebody for that.
Random French lurker says, no way Phil will be accepted in the FGC.
Not at all.
The FGC is engaging with another communities now. The Say Jam Slam is a good example.
Mm-hmm.
All the toxic members will be purged to protect those new opportunities.
And that's the thing. Like when DSP got called out for the trash talking in Street Fighter that he does, right? And he says, oh, that's how it was back in the day. I earned my stripes. I have the right to do. Shut that shit the fuck up. First off and foremost, he admitted during the FGC segment of it that when he would talk all that shit online, because he's an alcoholic, but he would talk all that shit online, but when in person, where was he at? He was curled up in a corner somewhere. He was off by himself, all crouched up into a corner and shit. Straight pussy. So tell me how you had earned your stripes to talk shit online in a faceless situation where no one can actually approach you to do anything about it, but in person, you were straight bitch. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Let's think of some of the great trash talkers from DSP's era, right? Not just your Mike Watsons, not just your Alex Valles, but then you start getting to Clockwork. For as respectful as that guy was, he could talk a lot of shit. Combo Fiend, who could talk a lot of shit. You get into Duck Doe, Sanford Kelly, Justin. Justin was a hell of a shit talker in his own right, and he could back it up. Fucking Ricky Ortiz could get people felt it every once in a while. I don't even know if DSP even remembers most of these names. But the point being is that there's a lot of trash talking that went on that didn't have to resort to violence. Motherfuckers got their point off, they got their pop off, and they moved the fuck on. DSP's the one sitting around holding on to shit for over a decade. And then, now that we brought that up, why the fuck would Maximillian want to talk to DSP about some FGC drama / conspiracy bullshit or whatever the fuck it is that happened over 10 years ago? Why would Max even care about that? On top of that, is DSP going to name names? No. Because if he did, then Max can easily get on Twitter and then get on somebody on Discord and then bring them in and be like, hey, you said that such and such did this? Yeah, he did that. Are you sure? You stand on that? Oh, you put that on everything? Yeah, I do. Okay, bet. I'm going to bring them into the Discord call. Then what's DSP going to do? Because you'd already seen what he done in the first part of his documentary. He ain't got called out a couple of different times and said, oh, I don't recall. Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, shut that shit up. How is it that on his little fucking daily therapy session, he's so certain? He is so goddamn certain, right? He's so certain that these people did him wrong. He's so certain that these people ripped other people off. He's so certain that people slandered him. But then when he gets confronted on it, oh, you know what I'm saying? Pussy dries up. Just all the moisture's gone. All of it. So make it make sense. I mean, you saw him do that you saw him do that during the Side Scroller interview with the Shady K situation. Oh, he's not online. Yeah, he's moved on. He doesn't do with this shit anymore. And Stunner Craig's like, oh, really? You mean this guy right here? This Shady K? And DSP look flabbergasted. Like Scooby-Doo in this shit. Shaggy? He was completely out of fucking his realm then. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's got nothing to offer the FGC. And truth be told, the FGC has nothing to offer him. He's not good enough. He's not good at all. But he's not good enough to do anything about anything. He can't. The commentator game has changed, and his commentary was always trash anyway. He's not a good player. He doesn't know how to build a community, let alone hold on to community, let alone hold on to a community. Building a community is one thing, right? But the implications of you building a community means you can hold on to it. He can't do either. He can't do either. He can bleed people in the short term, and that's it. And eventually they're going to get bored of him, and they're going to fade out. So what's he going to offer the FGC? What's he going to do? Is he going to be an announcer? No, he doesn't have enough charisma to do that. Is he going to do commentary? No, he doesn't have the technical skills, nor is he good at color commentary, nor is he good at breakdowns. So that's not going to work. And that he don't understand matchups, he doesn't understand frame data, he doesn't understand any of the things that can help him be a decent a commentator. So that's out. So then what? Then what? Is he going to do simulcasts? Is he going to try to go ahead and do commentary on his own and whatnot, and people coming in for his insight? This idiot won't even commentate over his own matches because he knows how much of a fucking failure he is. Make it make sense. Like, he has nothing to offer the FGC. Nothing. What, he's going to talk about some shit that happened 15 years ago? Who gives a fuck about that? No one cares. He has nothing to offer. Not a damn thing. He goes on that podcast with Justin, Max, and that third fella. They're going to run circles around him. He ain't going to know shit about shit because he's a drama hound, and that's all he cares about. And that's all he's going to be able to talk about. And even then, he won't have the details right. So what's he got? He's got nothing. He's got nothing.
Arizona Mod Gamer says, Ronnie 2K sucks shit, man. 2K needs to throw that whole man away into the wood chipper straight into a furnace for good measure.
Yeah, Ronnie's kind of useless, dude. I mean, he's good, but I don't know. We'll talk about that later because there's a video circulating around by the Black Hokage. Big ups to him, who sat there and did a video on him and shit. A pretty good breakdown. It's like 40-something minutes. I haven't seen it yet though, but I'm hearing good things about it, so I want to check it out. I need to download it before fucking Ronnie 2K gets in his feelings and wants to start striking shit. Not that he's ever done that. It's just Ronnie is a bitch.
Oathkeeperox's 99 says, 73 it died, it completely died at 276 like you said.
Okay, cool, so I was right. Or did I say 76? Actually, there was a meta in that I was hoping someone caught. Because you saw how DSP was talking that bullshit earlier. It was about the Andy Kaufman situation, the whole man on the moon thing, where he tried to pull these Jedi mind tricks and shit to try to make them, like, he pulled these fucking gouty Jedi mind tricks on these people and made them believe that he was right the whole time and they were wrong, when in actuality he just said the name wrong. That was crazy how that happened. And the fact that they let him get away with it shocked me. It's fucking crazy. And then I'm hearing that that June actually got some of his fans to come up there anonymously. And one of those fans allegedly said that they believe DSP had autism. Now, chat, you've been following me for a period of time. You know, I've said that. I said that the reason why some of those dents still follow DSP as long as they have is because there's something about DSP that resonates in them. And it's more than likely they sense that he has some type of deficiency, whether it's autism or whatever the case may be. And they look at DSP, or at least they used to. They used to look at him at like, oh, well, he's one of us. But he at least, it seems like he has his shit together. He seems like he has the confidence to be able to articulate himself well, or well enough. He seems to be abrasive, but he can keep above himself. Because at least the one clip I saw, the person that was talking was kind of stumbling a little bit. It kind of reminded me of when Sidella was up there and whatnot. Oh yeah, Sidella, me and your mother are still together, so you're just gonna have to live with that, okay? I understand that you have a thing about North American apes or whatever, and whatnot. Just because just because your mother calls me King Kong in the bedroom doesn't mean that, I'm still not out here putting in this work. So just keep that in mind. And tell your mother I love her. Anyway, it's one of those things where I think you are the tribe that you attract, right? So whatever it is that these people, right? And I don't mean to put that emphasis on people like they're lesser or they're subhuman or something. It's not even like that. They are dense though. There is something that resonates with DSP that they see in themselves. And that's the reason why they follow him. And I firmly believe that. And if that segment is true, then that right there just reinforces everything I've been saying. It's not a matter about being right. What it is. Like, you can't deny reality. Shit.
Alive and Well in Israel says, June is a kook and proffered a current year milquetoast analysis.
Yeah, probably. Like, I feel like the documentaries as of late don't stand up to what they were. I don't know if it was a fact that like I don't know if it's the LTG shit fucking broke them, or whatnot, because there's a lot of drama around that. Just in case you guys don't know, there's a lot of shit that went on behind that. But he just, I don't know, he don't move the same. But that's just me.
Wooden Ox says, yeah, the only way to make the detractors the content would be if we were all a bunch of Freddy Boy clones. None of us still around are that insane.
Yeah, like no one's moving like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like no one's jumping is going to be crashing out like that. That's just not going to happen.
Dwight Race says,
What's up, Dwight?
I am here. Dwight Race says, big up Chad. Happy Chappa says, I'm really surprised the June doc was as good as it was, after seeing his Wings of Redemption video where he's practically sucking Richard off for the most part.
That's actually a good point. That's actually a really good point.
Dwight Race says, the June doc didn't do DSP any favors.
Nope.
Going to be a tough watch for him.
I'm actually, that's another thing too. The Panda segment was too short from what I was told too. But then again, big ups to Proper because he sent me the timestamps. That shit was far too short. Actually, hold on just a second, by the way. Let me open this real fast, just in case. All right, cool. Just in case Prop ever decides to tag in, because you know how Prop is. He's sneaky with that shit. So big ups to Proper.
Random French lurker says, Phil can continue his activities on YouTube because he is unsuccessful and nobody outside of this community cares about it. The Maximillian move is stupid and exposes him.
Agreed. And yet again, going back to what I said, this is all just some little niche type shit. Why would Max want to involve himself in it? Why would he even want to put any lighter exposure on it? You know what I'm saying? And here's another thing that's even more fucked up. I'm sorry, Brian, that I got to keep bringing this up because Brian's cool with those two wrestlers and shit. That team of the Detractors, which I think is actually, I actually enjoy what they're doing and whatnot. And Brian's cool with one of them, if not both of them. So it is what it is. And it's nothing against Brian, but Brian, how is it, dude, that you basically had to force DSP to give Jade a fucking birthday shout out? You tried to get him to denounce Derek, and that didn't happen. You basically had to get DSP to cut off one of his own hooves just to get him on the mic to talk to you during your Street Fighter conflict. And yet DSP is trying to have open matches with Max with commentary and everything off rip. Like, I don't know if you guys have thought about it this way, but it's really fucked up that all of these, like a lot of this, co-ops that DSP is so eager to do now was done off Brian's back. And sadly, history may not remember that. Assholes like me might, maybe a few assholes like some of you guys might, but history overall won't remember that if it wasn't for Brian, if it wasn't for the black guy, right? If it wasn't for the stationary dude, none of that shit would ever have taken place the way it did. He's the one that actually had to put in the work to make all this shit happen. And that's foul. Because he ain't known Brian longer than all of them. And look how quick DSP wanted to go and suck other people's dick. And he couldn't even go ahead and be cool with his mans here. That's wild. That's wild. Don't ever let people think that you're less than they are. Just saying.
Kumi Connors says, Golden Triangle Gaming Live Phil could shoot someone and just say I didn't shoot them, they were just there, they show the footage and he still denies it, not my wallet.
Agreed. It's like, I didn't shoot that guy, he happened to step in front of my bullet. Snort. I didn't mean to, dude. It was buggy gun mechanics.
Dwight Race says, man can't believe Cobra folded letting that witch back in.
Cobra been a bitch. I'm not surprised that fucking she wormed her ass back in. On top of the fact of whatever she has on him as for dirt, and he don't want that shit to get out, that's the real reason why she got back in there. She got back in there because she got dirt on his ass. That's what it is. Because let's be honest, it's not the pussy. It's not that. So it has to, especially if you supposedly, according to her, they were in a 3-hour fuck fest, and then she goes to do laundry and clogs the drain in the laundry room somehow. And yet she come back to go ahead and get more detergent or whatever the fuck she forgot. And he's sitting there watching Chatterbait jerking himself off. So clearly she's already failed at whatever her one mission was. So, you know, if you can't please the fucking king of wizards, what good are you? So she has to have dirt on his ass. She has to have dirt on his ass.
Sheet Metal 02 says, Cobra is a weak little man.
I wouldn't even call him a man, but he's damn sure weak.
Alive and well in Israel says, a lot of detractors are weak as fuck.
I can't speak on that completely without actual verification. But like I said, I'll take your word on that. But I can't speak on that completely. There's a lot of cool people. There's a lot of people who understand the plot. It's all about just farming for content, and there's enough out here for everybody. And it's not that serious. You know what I'm saying? It's really not. Like, nobody's losing sleep over this shit, or you shouldn't.
Alive and Well in Israel says, they care too much about Phil's racism, and that's pathetic.
You can put me in that. You can put me in that box too, because I don't like the idea that the guy says he's not racist when he is. But it's not just that. Like, there's a bunch of things you can hit DSP for. You know what I'm saying? That's a shitload of things you can slap the fuck out of DSP for. You know what I mean? And that's what, excuse me, that's what makes him, I think that's the reason why you have so many detractors, because you have so many different angles that you can hit him with. You don't have to just go off of his racism and all the other easy shit, if you want to call it easy. There are far more things that go ahead and slap him for if you want. His past is a fucking diamond mine as far as I see it. There's so much shit you could slap him for. But let's be honest though too, this isn't a talk of morals or any shit like that, man. It's not that. Because truth be told, I'll use myself as the example. I certainly could be using my time making other content, shitting on Call of Duty, shitting on 2K, shitting on a bunch of different things that I'm actually interested in, and probably go further with it. You know what I'm saying? I could probably take this further. But I enjoy what I do. And I enjoy the people that I get to speak to and whatnot. And I may not agree with them, but that doesn't mean that I have to dislike you or like you either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel what you're saying about fucking people who harp on his racism or whatnot. But like I said, we can agree to disagree on that. That doesn't change my opinion of you as a person or whatnot, and it shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be like that. You know what I'm saying? We can just agree to disagree. Like I said, you know what I'm saying? I'm not out here, like I said, I don't agree with, or I definitely don't agree with how DooD has handled most of the situations that he's been in. But that's my own personal opinion. I'm not out here headhunting him. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to. To be honest, if DooD's not careful, he's gonna be like DSP, and he's gonna end up ending himself, to be honest. So like people like DSP, for example, they're gonna find an enemy no matter what. The ultimate monkey is time. That's really what it comes down to. It comes down to time. And it's ironic that someone who spends all of his waking moments searching Twitter, looking for people that he feels like that have slighted him or just been more popular than him or more successful or whatever, him looking for their downfall it's ironic that that's how he chooses to waste his time. What makes him any different than DooD? Like, let's use DooD as the example. What makes DSP different than DooD? If DooD is sitting around waiting to clip some shit so he can put it online, then what makes DSP any different when he's on Twitter constantly waiting to see someone fail that he don't like so he can run to his fucking daily therapy session and talk about it and harp on it? What makes either one of them different? It's two sides of the same coin from that aspect. Right? So what's the point? DSP can never say he's better than DooD when, truth be told, he does a lot of the stuff that DooD does. You know what I'm saying? What the hell are you talking about? And then DSP ran around here for years saying, I'm not about the drama. I'm not about this. I'm not about that. Last month, you know what I'm saying, or the last 5 weeks or whatever it's been, that's literally all he's been doing. So yet again, what makes him different than DooD? What makes him better than DooD? If he was so much above this shit, then why does he keep bringing DooD up? Let DooD crash out and just do that and let it go. Same thing with the Super Crazy situation. He shouldn't have even given no life to that because all he did was expose himself off of it. So how is he better than the people that he criticizes? He's not. And he knows that he's not. And he knows that other people knows that he's not. That's why he keeps doing what he's doing. That's why he keeps hitting DooD. He keeps hitting DooD because he thinks DooD won't hit him back. Or he does. Let me word that. DSP keeps hitting DooD because he believes that DooD can't hit him back hard enough to really hurt him. Which is stupid, because you should never underestimate an opponent. At all. Doesn't matter what you think of their intelligence, their reach, their influence, whatever the case may be. Because at the end of the day, if there's a will, there's a way. And never, ever, ever underestimate someone who don't have nothing. And if DooD ever felt like he had nothing to lose, that's when he's going to be at his most dangerous. If Super Crazy ever thought he had nothing to lose, that's when he's going to be his most dangerous. Because if you take this shit this seriously to do what you're doing, then you clearly feel like you have nothing to lose. Make that what you will. Like, this is basic psychology. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Have any of you got, like, if you've ever interacted with a group of people with a bunch of different personalities and shit, you know this. Like, this shit ain't nothing new. This is just how this is how the world works. Whether you like it or not. This is how things work. People are people. And you should never underestimate somebody. Because just because you think it's what's stupid to one person might be the world to somebody else. And DSP is a perfect example of that nonsense. Like, think about the fights that he chooses to fight. Think about the hills that he's died on. They meant nothing. They meant nothing. Why do you think, let me give you a great example. Why do you think Tevin walked away from this for a while? When he was on top of the game and this shit was lucrative. Look at LSB. Look at when LSB walked away from this. Fantastic position. A bunch of money coming up. A lot of clout. Walked away from it. Look at Sunspot Gallery. An even better example. Well, yeah, I'd say he's a better example. But look at Sunspot Gallery. Literally on top of the game with bacon sweats. Literally on top of the fucking game. And walked away from it. For his own personal well-being and shit. He needed a rest from this shit. You can't say that all detractors are just mentally ill or it's all about the money, it's all this, that, and the third. I named 3 guys who were at the top of their motherfucking game and chose to step off. Make it make sense then, bro. Make it make sense. How is it you're going to put all that time in, all that work in to get to where you're at and just walk away from it? Maybe it really didn't mean that much. Maybe it was fun while it was fun, and then once people bowed out, people bowed out. I mean, shit, go back and look at well, I was never on top, or even close to on top. But shit, man, I had a bunch of good runs, and then next thing you know, I got 3-month hiatuses and shit. Life comes at you fast, bro. Look at Secret Limited, dude. Like, he just stepped away from the game and shit. Like, it just happens. You know what I'm saying? And those who come back, come back. Those who don't, and those who keep chasing the dragon, if you will, or the piggy, or who keeps chasing these phantom snorts, or whatever the fuck you call it, those are the ones that are going to eventually crash out. You know what I'm saying? You gotta figure out what you want from this. You know what I mean? Like, it comes down to this. It's going to start coming to the point where people are going to question, what is it to even be a detractor anymore? I can't tell you what that is, because what my priorities are and what I get from this is different from what other people do. And it's not because I'm like DSP, some fucking unique snowflake and shit. It's because I'm an individual. I'm a person. Like, what I value is different from what probably other people value. We may have similar, shit out of this, but I value things differently than other people, I think. And more importantly, my values and shit have changed since I started this. Like, when I came into the game initially, like when I stepped in on my rookie year and shit, I made a bunch of mistakes. But I had a lot of fun too. I met a lot of cool people, man. A lot of people gave me a shot. When other people, I found this out later, when other people told them not to give me a chance, I heard a lot of shit. And I did a lot of shit. And as you go on, you get better. You grow. Like, you know what I'm saying? You grow as a person, and in turn the content grows and whatnot. And as that growth has happened, my priorities changed. You know what I mean? So how I chose to approach stuff, or how I even chose to approach anything, changed. That's just what's the point. I don't know what people think being a detractor entails. But for myself, I believe very much in the concept that there is an aspect of DSP that we all see in ourselves that we don't like. Well, if that's the case, then change it. And one of those things is, that was something that I felt like I needed to do. There was something that I wanted to change. I don't know if I could necessarily tell you because I saw that in DSP and I didn't like it in myself, but I did know that there was changes that I wanted to make. And I didn't have to go around moral fagging about it online and shit like that. I just changed it. I did it for me, not for him. And if those changes I can pass on to other people, then great. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I did that for me. I did that so I could be better. I did that so I could be more productive. I'm not out here to save the fucking world, man. That's not how this is going to work. If I could use my powers for good, I wouldn't. I promise you I wouldn't. But if you take something good or entertaining or thought-provoking out of this, great. But I'm not here to change the world, man. I'm not here to change the system. I do want detractors, trolls, haters, and critics to proceed, past me, past my time in this, that, and the third. It was here before me, and I'd like to see it exist after me. You know what I mean? And I'm not here to change the community as a whole because that's not my purpose to do so. If you can get one person, if one person hears me out and they can take that and move off that, then I've already done something. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it all works. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to bend, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to bend a river and shit in a day. You know what I'm saying? It takes time to do shit. You know? And that's why, for example, this thing with Kino Casino is going to fail. Because DSP is like your typical fucking lazy, useless motherfucker trying to ice skate uphill. You don't change 10 plus years of this detractor shit in a month. Kino Casino is not going to change this shit. The game that's been around longer than them, right? They're not going to change it in a month. They're not going to change it in 6 months. They're not going to change it in a year. It is what it is. Just like that situation with Derek. DSP may do whatever he may appear to do whatever that Kino wants him to do to appease them. But truth be told, he's still talking to Derek. And Derek is just is floating around. He's not talking right now, but he's floating around. And as soon as this Kino shit's done, Derek's going to show right back up. End of story. And then it'll go right back to the way it was. Because Kino's not going to like the idea that they were lied to. Especially when they were, for better or worse, trying to help him. Because nobody likes to defend pedophiles. And DSP don't care. And that's the real takeaway, that I thought more light would get shed upon it. But that's fine. I'll just go ahead and I'll just continue the campaign. If he would, how is it that DSP would fight so hard to defend a pedophile, but he won't do it for his own wife? He won't do it for his own girlfriend that he brought halfway, well, all the way across country. Because he's throwing her under the bus, saying that she was the problem during that era. He won't do that to protect his own community. Make that make sense. What about fucking Brian? What about fucking John? Well, he'll defend John to the grave. He's still mad at him, but he'll defend John to the grave. But there are plenty of people that have been in DSP's life who I think deserve that type of enthusiasm, that type of energy, if you will. And DSP never showed any of it. But he'll give that to Derek? Why? How? And then his excuse of, he's part of my community, but he has no power in my community, which is him already trying to separate himself from that situation. And the fact that whatever he does outside of my streams is none of my business. It's your business when your community brings it to you and makes it your business. And then you lied multiple times to Kino saying, I wasn't aware of that. I didn't know what was happening. Big ups Goji. And big ups Paul. I see you guys. Big ups to everybody in chat. You told Kino that you knew nothing about any of this bullshit. Then you admitted, well, I kind of heard some things about it. And then at the very end, when you were very sad about the turnout of everything, you sat there and admitted that you heard this shit for 2 fucking years. The fuck? Like, that right there should have been enough for Kino to throw him off. And it's ironic that I think it was after that particular situation is when they want to go on break. And then it's even weirder that Kino Casino wants to go on break. The June the King documentary comes out, and then the Super Crazy and the fucking Keemstar Duty thing is going on. It's really weird how all of that's happening all at once. It's almost like Kino knew when that documentary was going on, and they were like, yeah, we need to bow out now. We need to go ahead and rest the fuck up now, because if this documentary turns into a shit show, we need to go ahead and be able to pivot. And the thing with Brian... Oh shit, that just caught my interest. What?
Hate Army says. Breaking news, Ethan Ralph has declared war on DSP.
Okay, is it Rage Piggy? No. Is it Bottle Shake? No. Is it Maker's Mart? No. Oh boy. Is it the Peru beatdown? No. Oh my god. Let's see here. Is it the Ralph of Gun? God damn it, how do I find Ethan Ralph on Twitter? Fuck! Should have been the Ralph of Gun. That should have been, I might have to try to secure that. That shit's kind of funny. Okay. God damn, Aaron, you look like a pedophile. You look like a little creep. Holy shit. All right, let's see here. What is all this? Oh, that's another thing too. I'm not sure if you guys caught this, but did you guys know that fucking DSP is a fan of fucking Maddox? I didn't know that. That's fucking you guys know who Maddox is if you guys know who Dick Masterson is. But yeah, DSP copied Maddox and shit. I did not. Oh baby, what is this? Sorry, that was just a little side thing. I'll talk about that in the video. What do we got going on here? I'm not gonna leave this fucking DSP alone. But I guess that he wants to smoke. The tractors get touched. Kino Casino's tried to whitewash his history, which is kind of true. Now they think he's gonna get big again. Let's bring him down a few notches. I don't know. Okay, let's continue. Another third. Oh, what is this? What is this? Oh, that's ugly. Oh, that hurt. Shit, actually, that beat down from Dan, like the footage of that shit where that shit was ruthless. Like multiple shots to the head. Like, god damn, bro. God damn, son. Okay, girl, this guy act like this. Wow. And see, that's kind of crazy too, right? All right, deep lore, just in case you didn't know this. But Maddox, was deep into Street Fighter back in the day too. Like he was deep into it. And he even went to a couple of tournaments and shit. And he may have won one or he placed well or whatever. Some shit like that. Crazy. Way back in his day. So it's really funny the connection between DSP and Maddox in that way. And the fact that DSP used to watch his content so he tried to rip him off and shit. That is fascinating. That's an interesting... I'm going to have to make a note of that. I'll have to put that in my video later. That's a fantastic thing to bring up, boy. I got to tell you. That might be something to look out for. Let's see here. Big up the Sunspot Gallery. Oh, actually, matter of fact, since I got you guys here, actually, give me a second. I can actually show you the thing Sunspot made me and whatnot, and then we'll get back to cooking DSP up some more. Where is it? Oh, speaking of which, Black Ops 6, for the person who dropped me the line and asked me what my opinion on it. Yeah, I did play the beta, and I'll be on the open beta too. The movement feels clunky. The Ami movement is kind of fun. I gotta admit. Me doing the fucking Antonio Banderas from Desperado off the ledge of that penthouse building and shit, and shooting two people on the way down was kind of dope. I can't front. That shit was kind of fire. But I gotta admit that was kind of fire. But I don't know. There was a lot of connection issues this weekend. I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm feeling it. This is Sunspot Gallery's some of the creations he's made. He's made some fire stuff too, by the way. If you guys have not had a chance to check that out, can I make this full screen? Here, I'll let you guys check. You should check this stuff out. He's been working on this. He's been working on these projects for a while too. He's really come along. He's got some fire stuff. You can hit him up on Twitter, man, if you're interested in something or whatnot. Last time I checked, he was putting stuff together if people made a request. So if it's something that you guys were looking for and whatnot, and by all means, check him out. So he's got some pretty fire stuff. Like I said, I certainly enjoy it. See, I kind of want something like that with the GTG logo and shit, with the fucking samurai shit. I kind of have an idea for it, because I kind of want my my dog icon and shit with the fucking with the rice hat and shit. I'll save that, but I'll talk to him about that directly. But let me see here. Maybe it's here. Yeah, here it goes. I love that. It's good stuff. Great stuff. Big ups to Sunspot. It's charming, like me. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to business. Big ups to Hate Army for the heads up on that. I'm going to follow that. I'm going to follow that close because I want to see where that goes. I want to see where Ethan, Oliver, Ralph. I want to see where 5'1", the gun. I want to see what we're doing with that shit. I want to see where he goes with that shit. So big ups.
Rover Buddies says, big UPS GTG and folks, long time viewer, first time chatter.
Big ups and welcome. Let's see here. Let's keep going and see what else you guys got.
David Cruz says, the defense of Derek really shines a new light. Phil doesn't want. He's super lucky June didn't point it out in the doc.
Yeah, he is. And that's the thing. June has to follow this up. Like, despite what you think, whether you like the documentary or not, he kind of has to follow that up. Like, he has to. I'm not saying it has to be right away, but he needs to. Because that Derek thing is ugly. And then you got to get the Keemstar shit. You got to get the Craig shit. I don't have a lot of hope for Craig, per se. Like, it depends on how he gets a chance to play it. But if Craig goes about it at least halfway decently, and how I predicted he was going to go through the initial interview, that could pan out. It could, to be honest. And I saw DSP talking about LTG too, and all that nonsense. That's not even necessarily how the story played out. It didn't go. It wasn't as easy as he makes it sound. Like, because the Viscant situation. Okay, the Viscant situation with LTG was was first off some matches that they had online. Then it turned into some trash talking, and then they had the thing in person. The reason why DSP didn't get what he wanted is because LTG couldn't get Viscant to go on Tosh.0, so they could kind of like do a skit to reenact that, and there was some good money involved. But the thing is that LTG didn't understand is Viscant didn't want internet clout. He didn't do that shit for popularity. He did it because he had a point to prove. That was it. And LTG couldn't get over the idea that he wouldn't show up for the money. You know what I'm saying? That's where LTG's problem was with that. That moment will never be replicated between LTG and DSP. So why bother? It's literally like a waste of his time. It's literally a waste of his time. I'm sorry, Hate Army. You said you sent me the link? Well, actually, sorry. I'm behind you by... I'm not behind by long, about 13 minutes. Or maybe oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Bobby, yeah, he did. Hate Army sure as hell did that shit. All right, hold on a second.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you?
Chill out. Big ups to Expand Dog, by the way. All right, never mind. Like, I got it. I got the link. Like, Hate Army coming through in the clutch, as always. Let's go ahead and watch it. You know what I'm saying? Big ups to Hate Army and whatnot. All right, so what is this again? Ethan Ralph wages war on DSP and vows to destroy him. The gut versus the gout. Let's see what this is.
What you doing, dude?
The king of hate. You know what? I am the king of hate.
Hold on. Let me kill the echo real fast. And truth be told, when DSP dropped the king of hate moniker, theoretically Ethan Ralph is right, because he said he was going to pick up the crown after DSP dropped it. Theoretically, Ethan Ralph really is the king of hate. All right, here we go.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
The king of hate. You know what? I am the king of hate. Phil Labonte. Is that your name? I don't even know. I looked it up one time, but I don't care about your career. I don't care about your history on YouTube. I don't give a fuck about what you've done, except all the scams you pulled on your audience. I do care about that. Except all the, beg me, please this, please give me money for this, please help my working toilet, please, Nobody believes that fucking bullshit.
Oh, shit.
You fucking lying sack of shit. And you want to go at me? I really think that's a mistake. But Only time will tell. Only time will tell, because I have dedicated myself now to taking you out fully. And, you can apologize to me personally, and I'll let it go, because that's the kind of guy I am. But if not, I'm going to fuck you up bad with everybody else who wants to fuck you up bad. Whether they like me or not, they don't like you.
Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is what content farming is. Like, this is what some of us should have done. Not threaten to fight DSP, but sit back and let the content just flow. That's all this is. Like, is Ethan Ralph ballsy enough to fly to fucking Seattle and go up to DSP's door? Yeah, he will. And whatnot. He wouldn't do it to Medicare for good reason, but he will do that to DSP. So, that could happen. This could be fun. I mean, shit, you can get Jenna in the mix of this shit too. You know what I'm saying? The gut and the whore on the way to Seattle. Man, I have ideas.
And so I would retreat now if I were you.
The #1 rage pig and Officer Sanders showing up to fucking DSP's door. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Because the things you have suffered at the hands of your detractors are minuscule compared to what the fuck I'm about to do to you.
Well, first off, big ups to Hate Army on that. We'll have to see how that pans out. That might be, there may be something there. There may be something there. I'm not sure yet. But business has certainly picked up a little bit. Business has certainly picked up a little bit. Okay.
Yo, expand dong, I love that guy.
Yeah, he's great.
Hanger18 says, Ralph is zanned out LOL.
Yeah, he is. But that's usually the best type of Ralph, is when he's zandied out. He's dangerous, though, when he's sober, though. Like, when it comes to his trash talk's on point when he's sober.
Arsenerd008 says, shout out to the dong expander. Arsenerd008 says, the echo was kinda keck tbh.
Yeah, my bad. I got you on that next. Like I said, if you want me to play it again, I can. It's only 2 minutes long, so if that's something, actually, you know what? Here, I'll play it one more time. Excuse me. Yeah, I can do that. My fault about the echo. Let's see here. There's the app. Let me drop that and nope.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
The king of hate. You know what? I'm the king of hate. Phil Labonte. Is that your name? I don't even know. I looked it up one time, but I don't care about your career. I don't care about your history on YouTube. I don't give a fuck about what you've done, except all the scams you pulled on your audience. I do care about that. Except all the, beg me, please this, please give me money for this, please help my working toilet, please, Nobody believes that fucking bullshit. You fucking lying sack of shit. And you want to go at me? I really think that's a mistake. But only time will tell. Only time will tell, because I have dedicated myself now to taking you out fully. And, you can apologize to me personally, and I'll let it go, because that's the kind of guy I am. But if not, I'm going to fuck you up bad with everybody else who wants to fuck you up bad. Whether they like me or not, they don't like you. And so I would retreat now if I were you, because the things you have suffered at the hands of your detractors are minuscule compared to what the fuck I'm about to do to you.
Well, like I said, we'll have to see how that pans out. It sounds real good, and he played the part well. But we'll see. We'll see. we'll see how that all pans out. Okay, so since we're on YouTube, let's jump over to Raw Phil real fast, and let me see if I can pull up the segment.
An optic.
The Maximillian one in particular. So that was like towards the end of all this bullshit. Because I don't care about his Call of Duty shit. It doesn't interest me right now. He starts to pull up bounties and all that bullshit later. Then we'll see. If that catches my interest. Okay, let's see where we're at here.
That's fine. If they can lie to make you look bad, that's fine. But, God forbid that, you ever involved in anything, but they could do it, but you can't. You're right. It's incredibly hypocritical.
Okay.
Purple Pickle Yum Yum did a super chat. Thoughts on LTG's peanut butter complexion? I don't know. He works on his sexy quite a lot. So I don't know if that pays off or not. I don't watch the man.
That's a lot. He follows him on Twitter pretty heavily. And I'm sure he's stalked his streams too. And whatnot. So that's a blatant lie. But all right.
I don't watch the man. I know nothing of him. He blocked me on Twitter and won't talk to me. He's hiding in his castle.
Oh, he's hiding in his castle. He got me blocked on Twitter. Wait a second. Didn't you say Mutahar had you blocked and that was actually a lie? You actually had him blocked. Didn't you say that Maximillian doesn't have his DMs open, which I think he doesn't, and you had no way of contacting him? Come to find out, you actually had his ass muted. I mean, can I keep going on with this bullshit? Shut the fuck up.
So, I guess we're never gonna get to talk to the man. I mean, that would have been epic.
What you say? You know what? Fuck it. We're already here. We already here. He ain't caught my attention. So since you want to cry about LTG.
Entertainment. And to sit in a community of people who's going to make fun of me for that, I get it. That's like this is how you don't play shit, right?
What, you mean the same? This is how you don't play that, you know what I'm saying, almost got you killed and whatnot? You thought Evil AJ was going to come to your house and murder you? Was that in the documentary, by the way? Because if it wasn't, it should have been. Because that was such bullshit. That was such bullshit that he said something like that. That was foul. That was absolutely foul to represent Evil AJ like that.
They want my product to suffer. They want me to have less money for my family.
What, you mean the same money we spent on WWE champions? All right, sorry. I wasn't even wanting all this, but now I'm greedy, so we're going to do it. Fuck it. I did not even want all this. I initially just wanted this shit about Max, but since you want to talk about LTG, fair enough. And now you want to talk about people taking money away from your family. You mean that fucking defected cat? I'm sorry, Jasper. I hate to say that shit, but I got to do it. You're undercover. I got to help keep your cover up. You mean that defected, defunct cat, and then the fucking overly, morbidly obese wife, the fucking beard, the window curtain. That nonsense? We're taking food out of their mouths, right? Is that what we've been doing? I've been depriving Cat of food and whatnot. So where was she getting it from? She wasn't like her sister hitting the block. So what happened? All right, well, yeah, I'm gonna take all this. Fuck it.
That means I'm gonna have more and more newcomers coming, not what YouTube and viewers, right?
I'm taking all this because I didn't even want all this initially, but fuck it. All right, chat. Now we on business now. We on ninja time now because since this is how you want to play it. We taking food out of her mouth. Okay. I mean, you're the one that had a problem with people putting things in her mouth, and that's why she couldn't go to the gym no more. Now you mad that people are taking food out of her mouth. Okay. I'll play with that.
But in 2015 is when I was screwed over.
2015 is when you were screwed over. Okay, what is the start of this?
Even if I roll with it, no one cares.
What's this? What about this part?
A second, guys. Tip from Blood Wolf 2A2. I'm here to keep the king streak running. DSP Gaming. The king streak continues.
What the fuck is this? This Muppet dance shit? The fuck is that? Didn't we just have a speech about clown makeup and shit not too long ago? What's this shit? All right, well, whatever.
Use. I said the king streak, it's never going to end. You gotta fill detractors like DooD these streams.
This is really what we're doing day to day on. I've missed so goddamn much. This is what we're doing now? He really thinks people are getting mad at this? Chat! This is what people are running around mad about. Oh my god. This is weak. This is light. Like this is literally singing to ourselves, hoping the king streak will last forever. Get the oh shit.
They're the losers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Come on. Come on. Oh wait, my documentary came out. I'm supposed to be sad. Right? I'm supposed to be downtrodden. You guys aren't here. How many people do I have on stream? 7, right? Oh, excuse me.
Well, let's be honest. The stream numbers are definitely botted. Like, that's clearly a thing, like, to be honest. So, they've been botted for a while. But whatever. I'll leave that for now. Time will prove me right.
733. I thought there were 7 people on my stream because my documentary came out. I was listening to the detractors. So.
Wait, I thought you didn't have anything to look at stream numbers. I thought stream numbers weren't a thing to you. I thought that wasn't even on your dash. Sorry. My bad. Semantics. I'm sitting there. I'm literally nitpicking at this point.
So, the goal is, first of all, let's get Blood Wolf 2A2 up on the leaderboard. Okay? And just do. I'm still not used to this keyboard. 32 straight streams of crushing goals. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. It's time to make it rain here on DSP Gaming. The King's coffers have been filled for the 32nd time in a row. I can't even move because I'm like Scrooge McDuck in the money bin. I'm stuck in the coins. I'm like, oh, I can't. Oh, someone get a shovel to get me out because you guys have supported me so much and it continues. I thought it was going to end today because my documentary was out, but I guess you guys dropped some spare change because the king streak continues, and I'm so appreciative. Thank you also very, very much for supporting me in all of my content.
He literally, great pause, by the way. He literally, this is literally how he was acting during Vet Street. Oh, this is sad, actually. Because we all saw how Vet Streak ended up crashing and burning. This is ugly. This is pretty pathetic.
I really mean it. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you so much, Blood Wolf. What a very, very generous tip. But it continues. The rain continues. I received a $5 tip. Someone says, well, let me play the animation first because they have a big message here. $5 tip from somebody.
Okay, so it happens at 12:38:33, I guess.
Yeah. So he says, hope you manage to keep this positive outlook come what may. In earlier days, I watched some of the more moderate, less deranged detractor stuff over the years. DooD was always repellent, for the record, laughing out loud. And it's good to see you turning a corner. Keep at it. There'll be bumps in the road, I'm sure. There's always bumps. And I know that. Like I said, the way I see it, success is fleeting for me. Because in my life's like this. First it's good, then it's bad, then it's good, then it's bad, then it's good.
But you've never really been successful, though, because success kind of equates two different things. One, that you accomplish something, and two, longevity through set success. And you've never really had either. Like John and Howard said it best back in 2015. You were able to get pretty far doing damn near nothing. If you want to call that success, so be it. But you really didn't accomplish really much of anything. Because he's running around here crying about these people took everything away from me. They took everything away from me. They took everything away from me. If that was the case, then you never had it. It was never yours. If that was the case, if something could be taken away from you so easily. If you have income on the internet, for example, right? and somewhere down the line, excuse me, you end up going into a downward spiral or whatnot. Clearly, you didn't have all your ducks in order. You didn't have a plan, and you didn't have the means to execute it. Which, you know, DSP never had a plan for anything. His content, his finances, his friends, his family, nothing. And that's why it was so easy for all of it to fall apart or be dismantled. But no one took anything away from you. You reacted poorly to things that were going on around you. That's your fault. Personal accountability is a factor in the equation. You can't blame that on other people because you're a fucking idiot. Just like the whole situation with Machinima and YouTube and you deleting all those videos. You're the oddly shaped head motherfucker who decided to delete a bunch of videos when you should have just let Machinima do their job. On top of that, I'm kind of glad because I'm reading the transcripts now that it was brought up about the AdSense situation. While this idiot was with Machinima, he could have used Machinima to work with YouTube to get him his original AdSense account back. Even if he wasn't going to use it with Machinima, he could have had it as a backup plan. But he didn't because he thought he was going to be with Machinima for the rest of his goddamn life. Which is weird because he kept saying for years and years and years that Machinima was fucking up. Machinima was doing a bunch of stuff that he didn't understand. They don't know if they want to be an MCN. Do they want to do live action shows? All this bullshit. All stuff that he tried to copy himself, by the way. But at the same time, look at what the fuck he was doing. Or what he wasn't doing, I should say. That never made sense to me.
Then it's bad. So, you know, I would be nice if at the very least, you know, what I'm experiencing right now could last a bit rather than be the rug pulled out from under me, zoop like this. And no, I'd rather just have it be, you know, let's have at least a ride of positivity for a bit before something shitty happens. Because undoubtedly something shitty will happen in life and you got to deal with it, right? But here's the truth. Is I used to be a...
But how are you dealing with it? You said that you have all this money coming in so you can make all these improvements and shit. But you're not saving any of the money because they're going to WWE champion pools at night. On top of the fact, you're mad at Super Crazy. Actually, not even you're mad. You are mad, but you're scared at the fact that Super Crazy is raising all this money, right? And yet you're sitting here threatening Super Crazy about how the internet would come out and support your case and they will fund you. Who? Kino Casino may throw a couple $100 at it, but that's probably the end of that. Who else is going to come out and support you? Your dents are struggling to get the 150 goal every stream, let alone, you think they're going to start throwing tens of thousands of dollars at you? And then, let's say the case doesn't go over. Let's say, for whatever reason, nothing happens or whatever. Are you going to give your audience that money back? Nope. That's just going to get memory hold, and you're going to be right back to begging again. And then assholes like me are going to spend the next upcoming years asking, where'd the money go, Phil? I'm not going to be like fucking Jeremy or the Quartering and ask you about some worthless load that doesn't mean anything because, truth be told, if your father had done what he was supposed to do, you wouldn't exist now. He should have hit Linda in the face with it, or should have hit the bed sheets or the back seat or wherever the fuck you were conceived at. That's where the load should have gone. But that's semantics. We can talk about that. We can laugh about that later. So what the fuck are you going to do, Phil? You literally have no plan for anything. All right, whatever.
A very more positive, happy-go-lucky guy who would say silly things and joke and do shit like this all the time. But, man, after a decade of being beat up, you just lose that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you lose the ability to kind of roll with punches and laugh at stuff because literally...
You've never been able to roll with punches. Either you sat there and you took them, or you sat there and lamented about it and then talked behind people's back, which was one of the reasons why Justin never liked you anyway. Because he always said, and when you were in his face, you were all nice and all this bullshit, but then he hears later on that you were talking shit about him. That's the real reason why he doesn't want to directly talk to Justin unless there's a median. That's the reason why. Because he knows Justin knows too much about the shit that he's done.
There's nothing to roll with. Everyone hates you, right? Even if I roll with it, no one cares. People just want to crap on me. And
you're the toilet of you're literally the King John of the internet. You're the toilet of the internet. Why shouldn't people shit on you and in you and whatever else? I mean, you're the one with the fucking feces fetish anyway. So who gives a shit? And what did you expect? You thought you were gonna run around here and shit and treat this shit like it was Call of Duty and everybody can catch the smoke and think that there wasn't gonna be bullets coming back? You don't get to shoot shots across the bow and not think there's gonna be some return fire. And that's what the problem is. That's the reason why he hates his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. Because they they document and they respond to the shit that he says, and he hates that. Because if he didn't have those people, he could sit in his little bubble, talk all the shit he wants, and then suck whatever dick he needs to later and get away with it. But because people hold him responsible is the reason why his ass looks like the way he looks now. Sad, pathetic, weak, beaten down, you know what I'm saying? In a loveless marriage, have a fucking cat that barely likes you because he can't do shit anyway. Sorry, Jasper. I know you're undercover and I'm trying to go along with the shit, so, you know, you got to take the blows, son. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Fucking worthless, useless fucking existence and whatnot, waiting for his parents to die so he can get whatever little money he can get after he splits that shit with Melissa. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got nothing. You got not a goddamn thing. Had to sit there and go to other drama content creators to catch a break. And now you're a fucking deficit to them. And now they have to figure out on their break, not only how they're going to recoup the money, but how they get their big payoff off you. And if it's not going to be from Medicare, and if it's not going to be by the end of the year, that's it. Because they can only string people along using Medicare, for example, for only so long. And I don't even know if Mutahar really wants a piece of that. I don't think so. And then what? If you can't square shit over with side scrollers, nothing's going to happen with the, well, more than likely, nothing's going to happen with the Maximillian shit. Your only other prospect is Lolcow Live. And you're trying this, and you're saying today that you're desperately not like those people and you want to be normal, but you're not normal. I'm not normal because I sit here and fucking yell at your dumb ass. So if I'm not normal, you're definitely far from normal. You're absolutely the definition of abnormal.
For example, my incident. So the incident happens in 2016. I roll with it and everyone likes me for a little bit, but then it just goes away because my detractors don't stop. My detractors keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. And within a few months of the incident...
Yeah, I fuck till I'm finished. I'm sure any detractor worth their salt is like that. So it is what it is. What'd you think? This isn't Wings of Redemption. This isn't you. There's no shorts. There's no, you know what I'm saying, some short squirters around here. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You keep at it till the job is done, son. What'd you think? What'd you think? And here's the thing that makes it even more interesting. And think of this as food for thought. If your detractors are not going to stop, then why won't you change? Oh, that's right. What's the point of me changing if they're not going to stop? Oh, so if you're not going to try, you're never going to know. Oh, well, I do know. They're never going to stop. Okay. So then I guess you're just going to fuck around and take everything that comes with it. You don't want to better yourself because you say no one's going to care because people are going to keep crapping on you. But then you get mad that people keep crapping on you and you say, allegedly, that every time you try to change for the better, no one takes any heed to it. Which one is it? Either you're doing or you're not. Just saying. Because if someone was doing cat, I don't think she would have gotten fat. Just saying.
Incident, people have forgotten how funny it was, and now it's just back to making fun of Phil constantly.
But how is it that people forgot how funny it was when you go back and look at the old comments and shit on those videos and people were calling you out back then? How funny was it, Phil? Oh, that's right. Back in the day, you used to filter your comment section to the goddamn max to where no one could really say what they really wanted if it wasn't deleted within the hour. You're proving that you're just as mentally ill as people like myself say you are. And whatnot. And I understand Steve of the Dead says it's all behavior and everything, and some of it is, but the rest of it's mental illness. And you're not changing nothing from the ground up on that. It is what it is.
About every little thing he does and says. So I have these little rises, and then all of a sudden they get taken away from me. It's not like I don't try to capitalize. If you remember when the incident happened, that's when I started KO Gaming. And I did a whole editing channel with in-depth reviews and things like that. And it got taken away from me.
No, it didn't. What happened was you sat there and had one hit, right? Because the one hit wonder that you are, you had one hit, you didn't capitalize on it. You went on vacation to try to show up people like, you were on the up and coming with nothing to follow that shit up, and you lost your momentum. That's what happened to KO Gaming. This whole bullshit about, the channel got demonetized or whatever. Show us proof. Show us proof that it got demonetized. Show that you got shadow banned. You were under Machinima. How would Machinima let a channel get shadow banned that's under their umbrella that they're getting paid off of? Make it make sense. When someone's ready to answer that, you let me know.
For me, the shit just keeps... I try to change and improve, and then people fuck with me, and it gets taken away again and again and again. So I try to improve and change, and you know, it's hard to stay in a positive mindset, but I used to be happy like this all the time. I did. What people don't remember is that before my detractors started fucking with my income, I wasn't someone who was constantly asking for contributions, talking about income. Never. It was not a big deal at all. I was making
Really? So why do we have a PayPal account where people could donate games and or donate money to you? Because remember, guys, the cost of games, man, these games are not cheap, and I'm trying to play all the new games that are coming out, and it's a really expensive endeavor. And matter of fact, weren't you the same retard that was sitting there skipping out on days to play video games or whatever? Which is weird, because if you weren't getting paid on YouTube at the time because you couldn't monetize gaming, why did you think that it was a smart idea to miss out on days? It's not like he requested days off. Excuse me. He just called in sick a bunch of times. You thought that was a good idea? You thought that was smart? Excuse me. That was smart business? Okay.
making enough income just on views on YouTube to make a living. So I wasn't shilling products. I wasn't asking you to click referral codes or buy crap or come to a convention and buy a book or pay for an autograph. I wasn't doing any of that. I was just pumping out videos and making ad revenue. That was it. It wasn't until the detractors concretely interfered with my life and fucked with my income that all these practices that people hate me for,
But that's not true either, because the detractors didn't get you kicked off Blip TV. You did that yourself. The detractors didn't get you fucking get your assets fucked over. That was you. That was all on you. That doesn't have shit to do with a detractor, troll, hater, critic. And if you're talking about that shit happened in 2015 with the false copyright strikes or whatever, or copyright claims or whatever the case may be, if you had let Machinima do their job, they would have gotten that shit straightened up and you'd been fine. You fucked yourself on that. I'm waiting to hear where the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are the problem. Or I'm really, really waiting for that, because it seems like a situation happens, you react to it poorly because you're a dent, and then things go bad. That's what it seems like to me. Chat, what do you guys think?
begging and shit. That's when it started, because I had to do it to maintain what I was doing, because they took away my livelihood. But this channel, DSP Gaming, was bringing in 5 million views a month. That was more than enough to pay for everything. And then they hit me with false copyright strikes that took me out of the YouTube algorithm, and then I couldn't get views anymore. So I had to find other means to make a living, and that's when the Patreon and the begging began. So the things they don't like, they create.
But that's not true. You were begging for views and shit and clicks before that. Like, you were literally begging for all of that before that. So first off, you've been begging for money since the beginning, right? Like, the earliest that I remember finding you begging was like literally in like 2008, 2009, around Modern Warfare 2. But as far as I know, there are other detractors that have went ahead and traced it back even sooner than that. But you've been begging for views, for clicks, or whatever else pretty much your entire career. You've always been an e-beggar. You've always been a beggar, which goes back to something that I constantly say, that the way DSP does anything is the way he does everything. And you're constantly proving me right. Constantly proving me right. So, yet again, you've always been an e-beggar. No matter what. Whether it was for clout, whether it was for clicks or money directly, or all three. You've always done that. Just like how you used to beg your viewers to go after your detractors. You beg for everything.
Created. I didn't have to do those things until they fucked with my life. You know, I like being positive. I like joking. I like having a good time with you guys. I don't like having to mention income every 5 seconds. Because we hit the goals now, I don't have to bring it up. Every once in a while during today's Call of Duty, I'll say, hey guys, if you like the stream, please give it a like. It helps with engagement. Please support. But I'm not going to sit here harping on it. I want more. I want more. No. I don't like doing that at all. That's annoying. I don't want to be a fucking used car salesman. You know what I mean? I want to have fun with games and shit with you guys. That's what it's all about.
If you want to have fun with games, if you want to have fun playing games with those guys, then why don't you get in the lobbies with these people? Why don't you party up with them and shit on the beta? You could do that. How much fun is it watching some retarded idiot run around trying to fire his weapon and barely can hit anything? Where's the fun in that? Or are you crying about developers? Didn't you rage quit like day one of the fucking beta or some shit I heard? It's in a memology video. Big ups to him. What the fuck? All right, whatever.
So that's just life, you know? That's just life. Now, so
it's just life to beg? Let me bring that back.
It helps with engagement. Please support. But I'm not going to sit here harping on it. I want more. I want more. No. I don't like doing that at all. That's annoying. I don't want to be a fucking used car salesman. You know what I mean? I want to have fun with games and shit with you guys. That's what it's all about. So that's just life, you know? That's just life. Now someone says, oh,
it's just life to beg. That's what, chat, am I wrong? Is it just me? That sounds like what he's saying. Let me bring it back one more time. He's literally saying it's just life to beg. Oh, baby!
With engagement, please support. But I'm not going to sit here harping on it. I want more. I want more. No. It up. Every once in a while during today's Call of Duty, I'll say, hey guys, if you like the stream, please give it a like. It helps with engagement. Please support. But I'm not going to sit here harping on it. I want more. I want more. No. I don't like doing that at all. That's annoying. I don't want to be a fucking used car salesman. You know what I mean? I want to have fun with games and shit with you guys. That's what it's all about. So that's just life, you know? That's just life. Now someone says,
that's the most pathetic thing I've heard in a very long time. That's a fantastic take. I'm really glad we actually decided to go back a little further than what I wanted. But that's tough. I mean, I don't know, for all of you out there that still believe DSP has pride, what man or woman that you know would say that? I'll wait. Exactly. My God. The snorty struggle and shit. Jesus Christ, that's rough. That's tough, baby. That's a tough one, son. That is here, I'm gonna play this. This shit's funny. Oh, hold on, I gotta take this down. Why did I do it that way? I'm an idiot. Sorry. Drop that. That's rough. Oh my God, that's tough. That's tough, son. Oh. Ooh, shit. Agreed. All right, chat, we back at it. Holy shit, son.
oh, that's not true. It was the adpocalypse. Wrong. My channel got fucked before the adpocalypse. This channel was fucked in 2015.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I realized that, yeah, I muted it. My fault. Hold on a second. I can rewind this back. My bad. I do want you guys to hear this. All right, here we go. Speed round.
Spectre Raven says, the begging snort. Excalibur 2010 says, a beggar's life. Cranbear says, LOL. Vicious says, ball is life, beg is life. Donut Sensei says, that's just life, you know. Spectre Raven says, PP Bernal's main camp. Paul J. Brazel Jr. says, almost 20 years of begging and banning. Donut Sensei says, can't stand this soy faggot. J. Wusso 989 says, Phil will get a tattoo on his stomach. It'll be beg life. Polish Debo says, a pig's tail, I guess. Spitfire 01 says, it's not pride, it's shameless. David says, I seen crackheads that as bad as DSP with money. Random French lurker says, Phil also said he wants to do this content until the end of his life. Nobody who is not sick in the head wants to do this begging always.
Agreed.
Paul J. Brazel Jr. says, 20 years of bridge burning.
Yeah, but probably longer than that.
Ramza675 says, GTG muted TDS audio.
It's my fault. I'm on it now. Yeah, because I got a button macro to it now. So I got it. I'm on it. We're on it. All right, here, we'll play a few more and whatnot so people can catch up.
Stranger says, I can't wait to see what happens when this streak ends because the last time you had one and it ended it was glorious.
It was. That shit was fantastic. The compilation, there's a compilation out there that has Tevin, LSB, a couple other people in there. I think Dark Dave was in there. That shit was funny. That shit was hella funny when that shit fell apart.
Agent Proper says, we can't hear the text to speech.
My fault.
Excalibur 2010 says, for Phil it's Swinecamp. Ramza675 says, speak to the manager.
Oh shit.
Silent Weapon C8 says, Snorter ESBEG. Razor Sharp says, it's just life to beg. Where's the pride at again? Not seeing it?
Not seeing it either.
Crinbear says, Ack. Spectre Raven says, Silent Weapons I where the hell ya come up with this LMAO?
There's some really sharp cookies over here.
Spectre Raven says, Excalibur 2010 LMAO. David Cruz says, do you plan to do VID about the doc?
I will. Yeah, actually. I most certainly will. And DSP's response to it as well. So I'm going to try to get all that. Hopefully by the end of the month. Hopefully. Or at least I hope to have it recorded by the end of the month, let's say.
Endless Synthwave says, can't wait for the full react from Phil LOL. June cooked him that last half, literally pig roasted.
I haven't watched that far yet, so we'll have to check. But I hope it's good, though.
David Cruz says, June calling Phil out in text was funny ASF.
That's funny. All right, let's go ahead and get back to our video here. Let's see here. Let me make that's good. Let me that. Okay, so we're cool now. Do I actually have a button macro for this? I do not. I'll set a hotkey up for that. All right, here we go.
When the ad revenue was still rolling, like the land of milk and honey, baby. I got it taken away from me 2 years earlier than that. You're right. In 2017, everyone had to adapt, correct? And I did too. That's when I became a full-time live streamer. But
wait, in 2017, it wouldn't have been that bad if you didn't sit there and talk your way right out of that fucking contract at Machinima, and you had already called back to Twitch in late 2016 to get your account reactivated. So literally, all you had to do was just start streaming on Twitch and then break the TOS and the arrangement on your contract and put all your shit-ass content over on YouTube, breaking the 24-hour embargo, which is what you ended up what you were forced to do later on anyway, without any of the protection of copyright from anything because you talked your way out of that Machinima situation. I'm telling you, you're a fucking debt to the highest degree.
But in 2015 is when I was screwed over. So your timeline's wrong, bro. We're going to talk about it tonight in the documentary, so you'll see. Okay. More shout outs. Wow. I received an $11 tip. In the doc, there's really nothing crazy like there is on other people. I'm glad you're reacting to it. Otherwise, it would be a drag and a boring 4 hours. Like I said, I can't imagine someone sitting there for 4 hours watching that in like back to back. That is so fucking boring. All right. But if you're watching it in little increments, like episodes, or if you're watching someone commentate on it,
which is what your detractors do, but aren't they mentally ill for doing that? And aren't the people who watch your detractors break stuff down like that mentally ill as well? Right, chat? That's something that he says. But it's okay to watch it with him? The fuck?
Obviously, me having insightful knowledge about everything in it, that I could see, you know, but just to sit there for 4 fucking straight hours and watch it, I don't think I'm entertaining enough. You know what I mean? I just don't think so. I don't think there's been enough drama in my life to keep you entertained for 4 straight hours.
That's not true. How many documentaries have detractors made? How many fucking long-winded fucking essays and fucking commentary videos have detractors put out and whatnot that have more views than what you pull on a daily, hell, weekly basis, monthly in most cases? Semantics.
You know?
But then again, you're not really the focus of the entertainment at that point. It's really the content creator in question. It's not you. You know what I'm saying? You're just the weak, fucking dried out clay and shit. They're the ones that have to do all the work to make this shit palatable. But semantics.
I received $1 tip. It's just a troll. Just gonna ignore him. Good. I'll keep your $1 though. Thanks. Good. Tons of views. Probably will hit 500K by the end of today would be my estimate. I think it will hit 500K by the end of today. And by the end of the week, it'll probably hit 1 million. And I hope it does. I hope it hits 1 million views by the end of the week. That would be...
Why? Why would you want 1 million people who because let's be honest. If it hits 1 million views by the weekend, I would say 800. I would say literally 80% of that. I'll say 75%. 75% of that have no idea what the fuck the detractor community is or any of that shit. You're literally going to get exposed to a bunch of people who were recommended this, and they're going to look at you and be like, well, who the fuck is this nut job? And why is this mental midget monkey even allowed to be on the internet, let alone talk shit the way he does? Like, you're exposing yourself to a whole new group of people that are going to have an opinion of you. Not all of them. And they may not, and when I say have an opinion of them, I'm not saying them making videos. I'm talking about shit they can say on Twitter. I'm talking about shit they can bring up on their own podcast if they have something like that going on. Or just people having an opinion of it and mentioning it in the comment section. This isn't a good thing for you, like the more people who watch it. Because if you guys remember your lore, think about all those years he cried and complained about down the rabbit hole. Remember that? And that was what, 29, 30 minutes, some shit like that? And he bitched about that until the cows came home. It makes you think. Actually, hold on a second. We're going to sidetrack for just a second. Bloop. Bloop. And let me see what you got here, David.
David says, GTG off topic, but I just remembered a question I had for you from the doc.
Sure.
During that time you said you had a theory that DSP might have paid Kimberly. Do you think DSP paid for a video?
Oh, if you're talking about the Kimberly Brink situation, if I remember correctly, my theory is that he did pay her to stop. Because if you remember, there was a brief period of time where she stopped going at him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she went on, this is the first time around. And where she had like a lot of momentum. And then for whatever reason, she stopped for, I don't know, it might have been like 2 weeks. It may have been longer. And whatnot. And everything just kind of went back to normal for a minute. And then she picked back up again. My theory is that he paid her to basically shut her up. And what happened was, as usually happens in those situations, that's why you don't negotiate with terrorists. Not to say that they were terrorists, but you know what I mean? Just, you don't negotiate with terrorists. Is once they got the money, my theory is, once they got the money out of him the first time, they went back to cherry pick his ass. And that's what led to the second campaign, which in turn, they overextended themselves, and that's what essentially caused the whole thing to unravel. But that's just my own personal theory, though. But it's been a while since I've actually thought about that, to be honest. Because there is no other reason why she stopped. Because she was basically like, hey, you gonna pay what you owe, or I'm gonna start dropping all this shit. And she was humiliating him and whatnot. And he was trying to brush it off like it didn't mean anything, but you could tell by each and every continuing pre-stream, he was getting more and more pissed off, and he was getting more and more nervous. And I'm thinking, and I think one of the reasons, now looking at it in hindsight, one of the reasons that for me still justifies that he may have paid her to shut her up is because of Kat. Because he didn't want Kat to think that there was some other silly bullshit going on. Because remember, if I remember correctly, yeah, of course. At this time, we didn't know Kat yet. So this high-end escort that's supposedly going back and forth, we don't know that DSP actually has this other chick that he stole from fucking Superman, and he was flying her out and back and forth yet. But Kat was still online, kind of, sort of, so he don't need that information coming out, or he doesn't need her feeding into this shit, thinking that there's something off, like anything off tilter, which is the reason why he was so desperate to get her there. I remember a quote that he had. He said that all this bullshit and everything is terrible, it's stressing us out, But once she gets here, once she gets to the home, then it doesn't matter. And a lot of people, I think it went over some people's heads, but what I interpreted was the moment he gets her into the snort fort, then it doesn't matter about the drama or anything because she's already committed. She's already like committed to the bit. She's stuck there at that point. So what his whole focus was to get her there and get her there permanently. After that, who cares about what the online drama was? And the escort saga was a problem. And what was being said was a problem. So that's just my thoughts. I'm glad you brought that up though, because I hadn't thought about that in a while. So that's something for me to think about at a later time. Big ups on that, to be honest. I have not given that some thought in a number of years. Okay, here we go. Dave's got another follow-up. Here we go.
David says, GTG, I think in the June doc he claimed they made videos for some guys but not visited anyone.
I'll have to watch that. Well, like I said, I haven't gotten that far into the documentary yet, so I might need to watch it. So, because like I said, it was a massive catfishing campaign, for sure. If you're talking about Brenda when she was doing like the toy videos or whatnot, if that's what you mean. But even then, that sounds weird because, like, you know, Brenda was kind of heavy set. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'll have to watch it. Actually, have to watch it and whatnot and get a clue on what that was. But big ups on the questions though. I appreciate that. All right, we right back at it. And here we go.
Be tremendous for June, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, let's see here. So the Obi Kobe HD says, by the way, this is the first time in years your videos are actually showing up first for me. By searching for any of your channels, they pop up. Good news, it's wild, your actual content. Exactly. We are doing it. We're turning it around. All right, we're turning it around. We're making it so my content now shows up in YouTube.
How are you turning it around when the last time I just heard, like when you were looking at your statistics, the top 3 channels were detractor channels? So how are you turning it around? Like, how does that make sense? That doesn't. Okay, whatever. Like, I mean, and like I said, I haven't even watched that part yet, but I remember distinctly someone telling me, and it was somebody here, part of GTG Network and Productions, that someone said that when you showed your analytics, which God knows why you did that shit, Duty must have really got you felted on that. Your top 3 channels or related channels were fucking detractor channels and whatnot. And then there's like 3 other pages, if I remember, in your analytics. If you want to look at related channels, there's 3 other pages. If you go into those other pages, I'm pretty sure they're all detractor shit after that. So that doesn't sound good for you, champ. So potentially, there are, out of your top 10, no, let's say it's 15. So out of your top 10, though, there's potentially, what, 7, 8 detractor channels in your top 10, in the top 10 related channels of your audience. Yikes!
YouTube search so people can find me at a time when you want that to happen because they're watching my documentary. All right, how about this? Now, many of you who are watching the stream right now, if you're a newcomer and you're realizing you can't talk in the chat, it's because I have a 1-hour sub mode. And the reason is because I get a lot of trolls who come in with bots and stuff, and we need this to control the chat. But I'm just curious. I'm going to put up a poll in chat right now. I want to know if you've been here a while.
Skip that shit.
Because we have 700 people live on stream, and I'm curious. You should see the poll popping up in chat right now. Long-time viewers, right? I'm curious if the poll will be representative on streams. So half the people watching me like on stream are newcomers relatively. So according to what YouTube said in his analytics, right?
Yeah, but how long are you going to be able to hold those people?
Okay. So, but that's the cool thing. If I'm now showing up in YouTube search, that means I'm going to have more and more newcomers coming, not only to watch my podcast every day and to watch these cool interviews that I'm going to be doing, but also to watch me play the hot new games and everything coming out.
And the interview thing too is a bad idea because of how he's trying to cluster all of them together instead of spreading it out. And then I think he said here today that he had reached out to multiple people and no one's really hitting him back. So that's not going to work. So whenever your last interview comes up, then what are you going to do? And see, that's the problem. He doesn't think in the long term. He is so desperate to try to fix everything at once, right away, that he doesn't have any future plans. And this goes back to this thesis that I have where current DSP is always fucking over future DSP, while simultaneously demonizing past DSP and trying to justify past DSP's actions. And it's like a malicious circle, of self-hatred of himself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he can never give himself the advantage. It's like, if he's currently fucked up, if current DSP is fucked up, then future DSP has to be fucked up too. It's such a bizarre thing to have. Like, if you're most normal people, right? If you're in a position of, like, for example, you got a raise, you got or you're making a lot of hours, you got a lot of overtime or whatever. Most people save, right? Because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. DSP just uses that as justification to ramp up his spending, and then hopes that people in the future will compensate him so he can continue to live the way he's living. And that never works. Even the quote-unquote improvements that you could say that he's doing for his job, or whatever the fuck you want to call this, all of it is really like self-grandizing, and it doesn't really add anything to the ambiance of his environment or the stream or anything. Matter of fact, most of it, if not all of it, is the same gimmicky bullshit that he used to shit on other streamers and other content creators for having, which only furthers how hypocritical he is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like literal mental gymnastics with an overdose of fucking retardation on top of it. It's really pathetic. It's essentially like this. He didn't have it, so he shitted on it. Once he had the opportunity to have it, then he's like everybody else. But those people who had it were all like gimmicky retard Muppets. So you're admitting that you're a gimmicky retard Muppet too, then, I guess. By that logic, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Right? Like, that's exciting. I want people to come by and watch me play the big games and everything coming out in the next several months. You know, it's going to be very exciting times.
But you won't, because the gameplay footage is still garbage. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the game, like, what is he, barely pulling 1,000 these days? Which is probably a little bit better than it was a month or two ago, where he was barely pulling 500 views on a video. But yet again, how long will he be able to maintain it?
There you go. Doomer says, been here since 2008, but legit started watching your content in 2014. Crystal Pontac says, I'm here for the first time. I was introduced by the Keno Casino. Well, welcome. Jade says, are you the Undertaker or are you Scrooge McDuck? I guess I'm both, right? I got this crazy streak going on, but at the same time, I'm swimming in coins. And it's a good feeling, and thank you guys. Thank you guys for supporting. By the way, obviously, no, I'm not filthy rich. This streak has only been happening. This is 32 streams, so that's what? 2 weeks? Roughly around 2 weeks of straight success, and I really appreciate that, guys. If we keep it going, yes, I've already said, if we keep this going for an extended period of time, this could be...
That's not what you just said. You said if this could keep going for a little while, like, you know what I'm saying, then things could potentially be better. Now you're saying for an extended period of time? What? Did I forget what you just said 20 minutes ago?
So that's what? 2 weeks? Roughly around 2 weeks of straight success, and I really appreciate that, guys. If we keep it going, yes, I've already said, if we keep this going for an extended period of time, this could be life-changing. This could be like not only seeing me improve my setup, my content, but also behind the scenes, my wife and I, our life could be significantly improved.
Shut that shit up, because you said the same shit during Vet Streak. You actually Vet Streak, now that I look back at it, man, that shit was a ruthless fucking scam. DSP was a ruthless fucking bato when he did that shit back in the day. This motherfucker here used to tell people, please keep supporting the Vet Streak. He used every trick in the book. I promise you the content will improve if this keeps going. I promise I'll get better equipment if this shit keeps going. I promise that my lifestyle with Cat will get better if this shit keeps going. I promise that we're going to, this vest represents all the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics that talk shit about us and say that we're losers and think that we can't accomplish anything. He literally pulled out all the stops. Then he pulled out the fake fan letters, crying and complaining about all the stress and all the heartache. Shut that shit up, bitch! What the fuck is wrong with you? Crying like some pussy. Lame. Over some money. Not even big money. Over a couple $100. Sitting there crying about all the stress. all these detractors put me through. Oh man, all the ridicule and all the pain that they put me through day to day. Shut that shit up. Oh my god, that shit was lame as fuck. And this is the really lame part about it. He made all of those bullshit promises and shit during the vestry. Now, with the Kino Casino thing, he actually did some of it. That's so wild to me. Like, you literally fucked those people out of like $30,000 during the vestry and gave them nothing. I mean, some chair spins, some gummies, some other weird ass, or not gummies. They were Skittles, I think they were. Like Skittle flavors and shit. Some other weird ass shit. Like you were wearing jeans for $300, some other lame ass stuff. But like, he literally did nothing. And then keep in mind, that's coming off of the King Tut situation, and that was coming off of the Emerald 7 situation. So many scams, boy. So many scams.
As a result, and let me tell you guys something. I will tell you if and when things are actually happening behind the scenes that are good because of your support, all right? In fact, I can tell you this. We already have some plans, perhaps later this month, to go do something that we've wanted to do for 2 years and couldn't do it.
You mean her losing some weight? Because to be honest with you, and this is me being completely and utterly honest, you'll feel she needs to lose some weight. Like, just to be honest, like, she's far too young to be that heavy. You know what I'm saying? Thyroid, cancer, diabetes, all that bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no joke. Like, she needs to lose some weight. Like, maybe that right there would be positive. Maybe that right there would be productive. Instead of you pulling WWE champion pulls and this bitch cooking you Street Fighter themed shit and whatever. Maybe that's what we should consider doing. Maybe if you love her so much, you know what I'm saying? Maybe we should go ahead and protect the homestead. Matter of fact, if you want to talk about other improvements, maybe fixing the house. Maybe doing that shit. How is it that we can always spend all this money to do all this other superficial bullshit, but we can't take care of the homestead? Can't take care of the wife. We can't take care of Jasper. We can't take care of the house. You know what I'm saying? And don't be wrong. I'm not trying to gas up to her and shit. I'm not trying to white knight for her. I'll let Alt do that shit. But on some real shit though, maybe her health is important. Like maybe we should do something about that. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It's kind of weird when some fucking mentally ill idiot online shows a little bit more concern about your fucking wife than you do. Maybe there's a problem there.
And now we'll finally be able to do it. So I'll tell you about that if and when it comes to fruition, okay? So everyone's saying something different. This is my first stream, 672. Well, welcome, 672. I know, I don't recognize you at all. You look like some kind of a confused person wandering in off the street, all disheveled, like a hobo. Like, where am I? Well, welcome to the stream, 672. A lot of people are saying they've been here for a while. That's cool. So here, let's take a look. Early voting, 280 votes. 32% are relative newcomers. 68% have been here for a while. So about a third of the people who are here hanging out with me are newcomers who are liking the stuff and hanging out with me every day. And that's awesome because it means you're finding me either from Kino Casino, maybe a few people trickled in from Keem and the Lal Cow stuff. I don't think that many did, but maybe a few, right? Or you're actually searching for me in YouTube chat and finding it for the first time in 10 freaking years. That can be said. That's amazing.
How's that amazing when none of them are there on your merit? Like, think about what you just said. You're a dit, so let me break it down for you. You literally have people coming in on the strength of other people, which is ironic. Let me give you some lore. Because his Homefront Revolution video, right? Worst game ever played, or whatever the fuck he called that shit. The only reason why that Homefront video blew up the way it did is because another bigger YouTuber who also reviewed the video inserted a piece of a segment from DSP's rant into their video, and then they linked it down into the description. Now, I can't think of the name of the person. I think Tevin would remember, or even Theo. One of those two would remember who I'm talking about off the top of their head. I can't think of the person's name. Because I distinctly remember hearing Tevin say it, and then I found the guy and his video at that time, but I can't find it anymore. So, but that's the only reason why the Homefront Revolution video blew up. That was on somebody else. Someone else threw his ass a bone, and that's why it did what it did. Semantics. He won't tell you that, though.
That's absolutely amazing. We're 200, how many? 280 likes? Let's get to 300 likes. We're 281 right now. We can hit 300. With 740 people on the stream, we can hit 800 likes. Let's do it, guys. Click the like button if you like DSP Gaming and the content here. Get me some engagement. Help me out. Especially because we're going to finish soon. and jump into Call of Duty, which should be really fun. Dragon's Advocate says, I came for the meme, but I stayed for the man. Well, thank you, Dragon's Advocate. I appreciate that. Aljum says, Kino Casino reintroduced me to your content. I remember watching your content many years ago, though. There you go. NinjaCom3 says, I'm a former detractor, but I've been watching you for years. The community fell off, and they need to stop. There you go. There again, I get, if you watch me and I'm acting like an asshole, I'm acting like a train wreck, I'm playing a game and I'm sucking ass and I'm swearing like an idiot, that's entertainment. And to sit in a community of people who's going to make fun of me for that, I get it. That's like this is how you don't play shit, right?
What the fuck? Okay, wait a second. First off, see, he can't keep doing this. And I don't mean the Jesse meme. He can't keep it away. I don't mean that. What I'm saying is he can't keep playing this bullshit angle. I'm sure Kino Casino's seen you in that post plenty of times, Phil. Good job. Must have learned that from Officer Sanders. Anyway, it's funny how you keep saying, oh, it's entertainment. I'm playing my bit. That's what I'm known for raging at games and shit. It's my gimmick, and people didn't understand and they took it too seriously. Then you say, I'm a real gamer. I'm passionate. This is what I do. And if those assholes want to make fun of it, fine, whatever. But that just shows that I'm a real legitimate player, gamer, and I'm not like these other Muppets who just do this for money. Then you say, those guys are mentally ill. They're the ones that are taking me out of context and making me look bad. So which one is it? Out of the three that I've given you, which one is it really? Are you just absolutely piss poor at games, which is the obvious answer? Are you just overly passionate? That's not true. You're not overly passionate about anything but money. But the only thing that trumps your money is your ego. Or is it all a gimmick and it's all a bit?
I totally get that now.
I'm asking for a friend.
Originally 10 years ago, I didn't. Now I get it. But to sit in a hate-fueled community...
10 years ago? You didn't get that 5 years ago. You didn't get it 3 years ago. Whatever. Keep in mind, the only reason why the Rage-a-thon is even a thing is because he thought he could try to capitalize on the detractor dollar and fuck that up royally, which is weird because he made a lot of money on Twitch off the detractor dollar and pissed it all away for his ego, which is what I keep trying to tell you. DSP will forego money for his ego.
Community of people who literally wish me nothing but harm, pain, suffering. They want to not only see me act like a fool, but they want to injure me.
I don't need to see you act like a fool. You are a fool. I don't need to see you be physically harmed. You'll do that yourself. You do it every day. Dumbass, you got gout. I know you're in physical pain. You're an alcoholic. I know you're already tormented by the bottle. You have a gambling addiction. I already know that you're crippled financially as well as otherwise. I know that you're obsessed with John and you want to reach out to him and say you're sorry and whatnot, but you can't because your ego, or you already have and John didn't reach back. So I know that shit torments you. I know the fact that you miss Panda and you're in that loveless marriage with that fucking land whale upstairs and you can't do shit about it. I know that you sat there and got Jasper declawed so he wouldn't fuck up your furniture. And as he gets older, and as he gets through, and as he starts to get into his aches and pains more and more, that's going to cost your ass more money. I didn't wish that on Jasper. You did. I didn't do anything to physically harm you. You'll do it all on your own. All I got to do is sit back and watch and laugh at it. And that's it. And I don't have to have any morals about that bullshit. I don't. Because when I shut this computer off and whatnot, I'm on with my day. And I'm done with you. And then, like any good whore, like your sister-in-law, when I'm ready to come back to it, I'll come back to it. You see how that works?
They want my streams to suffer. They want my product to suffer. They want me to have less money for my family.
But your product is garbage. You don't give a fuck about... I probably give more of a fuck about your family than you do. I mean, Alt definitely gives a fuck more about your wife than you do. So, I mean, and, you know what I'm saying? He has a conscience, though. I don't. But then again, I have a throne waiting for me in hell, and he gets to go with the goody-goodies in heaven and lounge in paradise. I'm going to be with Biggie. Fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what my situation is. I got something waiting for me, and I got a lot of fighting to do after this life. You know what I'm saying? If Alt wants to be good with that, good luck to him. But you damn sure have something waiting for you at the end of that. You better pray it's not me. That's all I got to say about that. You got to pray it's not me. Because if you think I ain't already fucked with you in this life, and I didn't need my name to be said out loud to prove that. Wait to see what I have waiting for you in the next life. I got a fucking fun house waiting for your dumb ass. It'll be great.
They want to not only see me act like a fool, but they want to injure me. They want my streams to suffer. They want my product to suffer. They want me to have less money for my family. They want to take money off my table, food off my table, because they don't like me so much. They want to go and put out insanely...
But you're not missing no meals, though. See, here's the weird, crazy part. You're not missing any meals. Cat certainly is. I know I've been ragging on Cat all day and shit and whatnot. It is what it is, man. She a big girl. There's a lot of love going around and shit. You know what I'm saying? More cushion for the pushing. So, like, let's be honest. She ain't missing no meals. You're not missing no meals. Jasper ain't missing no meals. Where's the food being taken off your plate? I don't get it. And if every detractor is sitting here allegedly rolling in dough like Duty is, then make that make sense. How is it that we're all out here scrounging for scraps and shit, and we want to see you down in the dumps or whatnot? And then the whole concept of you losing your house is hilarious to me. But for anybody who knows, if DSP ever lost to Snortford, he would just go back home to his parents. So he's never going to be homeless in air quotes. He just won't have his independence. But he doesn't have his independence anyway. He depends on his fucking on his basically the people who come to his streams, his dents, his fans, whatever the fuck you want to call them, and then he depends on his parents. You're telling me this idiot still doesn't spend every Sunday calling his parents, giving them some lame ass sob story, and they're not sending him money the following Monday or Tuesday? If that's the case, right? If that's really the case, I got a bridge to sell you. It's a nice bridge too, by the way.
Harmful personal information. They want to commit federal crimes against me, like fraud, in order to try to hurt me and my family. That's...
Well, first off, those are outsiders. Those are outliers, I should say. That doesn't represent the detractor community as a whole. Two, and most importantly, if the bank leaks aren't yours, then where was the fraud done at, Phil? If the bank leaks are not yours, then where does the fraud come into play? The identity theft thing literally falls apart if the bank leaks aren't yours. All right, whatever. You can make that make sense to me later.
Insanity. That's the level of crazy. And that's what needs to be exposed, because it's time for people.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it wasn't his account. So make it make sense. So wait a second. And then now that we're on this conversation, right? How is it that this idiot had allegedly $9,000 taken from him over the span of 3 months? That's $3,000 a month, and he didn't notice it. When this idiot has admitted multiple times for years that at the end of every stream, if not at the end of every day, he moves his tips from PayPal to his bank account. But you're telling, so how much, so think about it. Like, let's go off of the mental gymnastics that we got going on here. Off of that logic alone, if $3,000 was able to be taken from him for 3 straight months without him knowing, how much money was he really bringing in? See, these are questions he can't answer. He can't answer those type of questions. You know what I mean? There's no fucking way. I don't know. Maybe I don't get it. Maybe I'm a moron. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's that detractor logic or whatever. I just don't. I'm confused. I have questions. People
to look at that and be like, what the fuck is going on? Enough of that. Make fun of Phil all you want, but going to the extent that you want to ruin this guy for fucking what? You know?
But that doesn't make any sense either, because he's saying make fun of me all he wants, but now you're getting into life. He's basically trying to say you're getting into life ruination. But here's the fucked up part. This goes back to something I mentioned earlier in the stream. So think of this as an Easter egg. But when Evil AJ was making This Is How You Don't plays, right? What did DSP say? This guy is so unhinged. He's so crazy. I'm scared that he's going to come to my house and try to murder me. That's literally what he said as it pertains to This Is How You Don't play years ago. Now, air quotes, now people are doing life ruination on him, and now he's saying, oh, well, you know, you making fun of me wasn't so bad because I don't understand why it's escalated to where it's at now. Even though he was the one who was demonizing people just to get a good laugh. Imagine that. Imagine that. Isn't it ironic?
Of course they want to tap phone lines. Of course they do. I'm telling you, these people are that nuts. They would go to that extent to try to fuck with me. for some reason that is just inexplicable. They would do that. For sure. I know they would. Wow, you knew me since Das Bullshit made videos on me. Now, that was a very long time ago. Wow. Daisy says, I'm a fan since Castle Crashers. Life happened, but Kino Casino reintroduced you. I wish I'd known you were being harassed. I would have held back then. Well, thank you, Daisy. President Lindbergh says, watching how other bad streamers now look over the past few months helps people realize that you're just normal.
Normal compared to what? And I'm not the only one to say this. A lot of people have said this, but I've never seen a streamer like Darksydephil. I really haven't. Even like Boss Man Jack or whatever, and he's a beggar too. Don't get it twisted, but not like this. Like not to the extent I've never seen anybody beg for money in the way DSP does. And in a lot of ways, honestly, DSP actually, if you really trace it back, the rise of the e-thoughts on Twitch, it really does go back to DSP. Because when they, old lore, by the way, if you guys remember, that was that was like early 2017, I think. That was early 2017, I think. First quarter of like 2017 when Twitch came to DSP and they had him participate in they had him participate in two events. They had him participate in an interactive event, which was at TwitchCon. But they also had him in another event that they were using, well, not an event, it was really like a trial, that they were using him as basically as a guinea pig for anti-trolling measures. And those measures are what were used to defend the e-thoughts on Twitch later. He literally gave birth to that, if you think about it. It's because of him that Bad Bunny and some of those other thoughts later on ended up essentially adapting some of his tactics, and they just tweaked it to their own personal effect. So if you really, really think about it, DSP was a front runner when you think about the rise of the e-thoughts. If you give it some consideration. And that's why it was so easy to attach Bad Bunny to him when she had her outburst over that $5 thing. If you don't believe me, look it up. You'll see what I'm talking
about. Right. That's true, too, because the villain says, they'll all say that crime and lies and everything are horrible. Not the villain. This was Andy says this. He says crime and lies and everything's horrible. But, if they can commit crimes against you, that's fine. If they can lie to make you look bad, that's fine. But, God forbid that, you ever involved in anything, but they could do it, but you can't. You're right. It's incredibly hypocritical. Purple Pickle Yum Yum did a super chat. Thoughts on LTG's peanut butter complexion? I don't know. He works on his sexy quite a lot. So I don't know if that pays off or not. I don't watch them.
And the fact that that's the first thing that came out of his mouth, that tells you a lot about what DSP is thinking about when he does that. Like, when he does that about a person. And that's another thing, too. If you ever want to get an honest opinion of what DSP thinks about someone, think about what comes out of his snout first. Honestly. Here, let me bring this back.
Purple Pickle Yum Yum did a super chat. Thoughts on LTG's peanut butter complexion? I don't know. He works on his sexy quite a lot. So I don't know if that pays off or not. I don't watch the man. I don't watch the man. I know nothing of him. He blocked me on Twitter and won't talk to me. He's hiding in his castle. So I guess we're...
He blocked me on Twitter. He won't talk to me. What? What grown-ass man talks like that about another man? Oh, but let's bring that back. I've never heard a grown-ass man say that about another grown-ass man. Well, actually, I have. I've heard Review Tech USA say that bitch made shit. But, Rich is a bitch. Fucking 5'6", 5'7", bitch.
I don't watch the man. I know nothing of him. He blocked me on Twitter and won't talk to me. He's hiding in his castle. So, I guess...
A lot of projection with that castle reference, Phil. Just saying. A lot of projection with that castle thing, Phil. But block me on Twitter. Won't talk to me. Won't talk to me.
The super chat. Thoughts on LTG's peanut butter complexion? I don't know. He works on his sexy quite a lot. So I don't know if that pays off or not. I don't watch the man. I don't watch the man. I know nothing of him. He blocked me on Twitter and won't talk to me. He's hiding in his castle. So I guess we're never gonna get to talk to the man, you know?
Yeah, tell me how he hurt you, Phil, without telling me that he hurt you. That's really, really telling. That's, like I said, I almost skipped all this, to be honest with you, because I just wanted the Maximillian part, but I'm glad I went back. Yeah, like, tell me that shit hurt you without it telling me that it hurt you, Phil. Good God, son.
I mean, that would have been epic to have him come on the show and we have a discussion. People would have been here in droves.
What the fuck are you talking about? You never asked him to come on your podcast. You guys were supposed to have a bunch of matches with each other and shit. I think Super Turbo, Third Strike, and Street Fighter V, I think it was. When truth be told, it really should just be Street Fighter 4. Or, well, it should be Ultra Street Fighter 4, honestly. Or was it Super Street Fighter 4? It doesn't matter. Just play Ultra Street Fighter 4. That's what it should have been. Who said anything about coming on your podcast? Did you beg him to go on your podcast too? Chad, am I missing something? I'm confused now. Because I'm pretty confident they were just supposed to play a bunch of games together during Evo weekend. Now he's saying he was supposed to come on a show and have a discussion? Alright, hold on a second.
I don't watch the man. I know nothing of him. He blocked me on Twitter and won't talk to me. He's hiding in his castle. So I guess we're never going to get to talk to the man, you know? I mean, that would have been epic to have him come on the show and we have a discussion. People would have been here in droves. We'd have thousands of viewers to come see it, right? Me and LTG in an interview, talking back and forth to each other, asking each other questions, honest questions, right? It would have been pretty dope, but...
It would have been pretty dope? Whatever, I'm going to skip that. Here's the point. That says a lot about you because LTG was willing to talk to Wings, but he's not willing to talk or engage with you. Does that not make you think, hey, well, of course not, because he did nothing wrong, he did everything correct. I'm answering my own question. But that should say something to you when he wouldn't even want to interact with you. So if you can't get LTG to talk to you, what makes you think that you're going to either get a rematch with Taquito, if it's not just randomly happening, or you're going to get Max to talk to you when LTG won't even do it? Thanks.
You know, I can't find him. He's like in a bunker somewhere. Fucking, you know, like...
I thought you don't know anything about the man and you don't keep up with him. Now you're saying you can't find him? Which, what did I tell you guys earlier, chat? He does watch LTG. He's just mad because he can't get a hold of him. And LTG has a Kick account. I think he still streams over there. Because I think he got banned off Twitch recently. I'm sure he got his channel back now, but, you know, it's probably like a week ban or some shit. But still, you bring that back.
Talking back and forth to each other, asking each other questions, honest questions, right? It would have been pretty dope. But, you know, I can't find him. He's like in a bunker somewhere. Fucking, you know, like camouflage from the outside. You can't even see it. It's like one of those, like Transformers. They got like the fucking stealth armor. You can't see through it. Like blends in. But so you don't even know where the bunker is. You can't find it. He has to open the doors to the bunker to be known to the world where he is. He doesn't want to be known. He wants to hide in his bunker working on his sexy.
Okay. So an empty word salad, no deposition to anything, no meaning to any of that shit except for I've tried to reach out to him, he won't reach out back, he won't talk to me. When is me? Okay, tell me you're a bitch without telling me you're a bitch. Still chasing that BBC, Phil. Damn, I thought you gave up on that. I mean, was Brian not good enough for you? Oh, sorry, Brian. It is what it is.
Someone took me $1 from Raging Boar. Can you unban me?
Now that I think about it, and I gotta be honest, why the fuck is Brian getting treated like the redhead stepchild? I don't get it. The one person who shows you legitimate kindness gets thrown out there on the porch, and everybody else get to come in the house. I don't understand, man. I don't, and that's why I tell you, don't ever treat DSP with any type of decency. Don't ever feel no pity for him. Don't do none of that shit. He's not worthy of it. He is not worthy of it. I promise you he's not worthy of it.
In chat, if you get unbanned, you have to email me at darksydephil@hotmail.com and you have to send me your channel address on YouTube, which could simply just be like the @ address of your page, and I can see if I can unban you from there, but I cannot live unban from a tip. It's not possible. Okay. Wow, over 300 likes. We did it. Thank you, guys. I think we should get ready to adjourn. Unless anyone has a final thing they want to talk about or like a final contribution. By the way, the result.
And truth be told, too, I want to mention that real fast before, because I think we're coming up on what I wanted originally now. Why the fuck do you keep asking for likes on a stream that's going to end up getting privated or unlisted or just outright deleted anyway? Because once he deletes the stream, it's like it never happened. And once the Bottom Bitch podcast is done, once the daily therapy session's over, views drop off anyway because no one gives a fuck about the gameplay. So really, what the fuck is the point of it? And to prove my point, look at the Keemstar shit. Look at the other fucking interview shit that he did on his channel. Those still proceeded and actually had some value for however which way you calculate value because they're still up and available for people to watch. But it doesn't mean shit for the fucking stream. Because once the podcast is over, everybody dips the fuck out. It means nothing. It's not helping your discoverability or anything. Whatever. I'm just curious.
To the poll are as follows. Relative newcomers, 31%. Been here a while, 69%. So about a third of my viewership right now is relative newcomers coming by and checking me out. And I'm so appreciative for that. It is you guys liking the videos, leaving comments and having discussions on the videos, sharing the videos, and contributing during these streams. You are turning things around for me. You are. I want you to understand it's changing my life in a positive way. I can't wait to start sharing things with you that I am doing that are positive with what you guys are doing to help me out. So thank you so much for that. Okay? Okay. All right. I think it's time to end the show. I want to play some Call of Duty. So for those of you who like gameplay and you want to see me kick ass in Call of Duty, because I did really good in this game the other day. I was like top of the leaderboards a lot of the games, and I was getting...
Well, yeah, that's a product of skill-based matchmaking. So, good for you that, SBMM is saving your ass for the time being. Once that shit kicks in full-blown this weekend coming up with the open beta, we'll see how you do then.
Kill streaks and shit. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that'll happen today, but I did pretty darn good. So if you want to see some high-end Call of Duty, great graphics, gameplay on my kick-ass PC, stick around. If not, tonight I'll be reacting to my documentary over on DSP Reacts. That's at DSP Reacts on YouTube. Between 6:45 to 7 p.m. Pacific time sharp, be there. So I'm going to start right at 7, and we're going to do about 2 to 2.5 hours of reacting tonight. And then tomorrow I'll be back to play some Street Fighter 6, Blanca. Okay? All right, guys. Thank you. Great show. Really enjoyed your...
You still playing that crutch character? I thought you'd given up on that by now. All right, whatever.
Company. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
God damn, what an ugly mug that is. And for the few ladies that are out there, just imagine either one of those faces laying over you about to bust a nut. God damn, that does.
See you soon. Okay, everybody. Let's get set up. You get started here. I'm trying to remember how you boot Call of Duty. I think you actually need the Xbox app. Do it. Just kind of silly. Every game has to have its own fucking...
Oh, Panda! Oh, Panda, the horrors you must have seen. Woo, shit! Oh, shit! Woo! That came from a healthy place. Oh, that came from a happy, healthy place. That was funny.
App. It's so dumb. The Call of Duty, I got to boot to the Xbox app because it's Game Pass, right? So I have to do it like this. Yeah, like this to boot it, I think. Yeah, you hit play.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not sorry. That was funny. That came from a healthy place, though. That came from a happy, healthy place, I promise you. That laugh did anyway. I don't know about the rest of it. That shit came from a healthy place. All right, let me see where we're at here.
Response whatsoever. Are you surprised?
Okay, here we go. This is what I want. It's the Mac shit.
Documentary came out, but it's not hurting me. So you know what I'm saying?
Okay, here we go. I think we're at it. That visual, boy. I gotta tell you, that was scary.
Come back, and I have thousands of new people.
That shit about this comeback shit. No one gives a fuck. Swear to God.
Like, oh yeah, I play Call of Duty all the time. I haven't played it in so many
All
months.
right, here we go.
This is the first time I'm playing Black Ops 6, and I'm kicking their asses. It's so dumb, you know? Purple Pickle Yum Yum with another super chat. I genuinely think Penguins 0 would accept an invite. As I've said, I did throw out quite a lot of feelers over the last week. I'll be honest, yeah, he's one of them. Because I had a DM with him ages ago in regards to documentary stuff. And we had a very...
No, it wasn't. You're lying. Why are you lying about that? He had a correspondence with him as it pertains to the interview, and Moist Critical wasn't interested. And Moist Critical definitely ain't interested now, being all the bullshit that dude's in with, as it pertains to fucking, what's his name? Sneeko and all the other nonsense that he ain't sat there and fucked around with when it came to the fucking transitioning bullshit. He's got that to contend with. He ain't got time to think about you. Leave that man alone.
Very brief conversation back and forth.
Just because your wife can't get moist anymore doesn't mean you be running around here after other men and shit. I already heard you lusting after LTG, and that was already disturbing in its own right. Leave those men alone, Phil. Leave those men alone.
About it. But nothing major. And basically, he never responded. So, I'm not shocked. Because that guy is much bigger than me. And maybe if he sees that there's a way that he can benefit from it, he would then jump on it. But even though I'm having a comeback and I have thousands of new people watching me, I haven't blown up. My channel didn't double in subscribers. I'm not doing 10,000 view streams. You see?
Jesus Christ, Phil. Holy shit, Phil. Leave that person alone. All right, let me see what we got going on here.
Arizona Mod Gamer says, I'm out chat and Golden Triangle Gaming live, y'all be good, and until next time. Feely Mania vs the Ral family is gonna do numbers in the heightism. Book it, Vince.
Well, it won't be Vince, it'll be, theoretically it's Hunter that'll be handling that from here on out. But big ups, man. Like I said, thanks for coming by, I appreciate it. Alright, let's tag in with a few of these real fast. And then let's get to this nonsense over here. Here we go.
Kumi Connors says, Phil wanted A to outdo EVO for or something like that Street Fighter tournament, so Phil fighting LTG. Phil thought PPL would come in droves more than watch tournament. I don't what Phil was thinking.
Yeah, that was a stupid idea. Like, people were gonna fucking ditch EVO weekend and shit to fucking watch LTG and fucking DSP. It's fucking retarded.
Spectre Raven says, GTG. I don't want nightmares of seeing Phil's O face.
Sorry about that. It still got funny.
Filthy Gaijin says,
Oh shit.
the same face when he eats.
Yep.
Shadow 6743 says, oh hell no. Nightmare fuel.
Eat.
J Wusso 989 says, the Bell's palsy is in full effect.
Oh god. Oh, that's tough.
Crinbear says, snorting and all. Razor Sharp says, I feel bad for Panda now.
As we all should.
J Wusso 989 says, Panda's safe word was salt. Vicious says, he really thinks people changed opinions on him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me replay that because I was laughing through it. I'm sorry.
Vicious says, he really thinks people changed opinions on him.
No, they haven't. I mean, but if that's what helps him get one hoof in front of the other every day, so be it.
Sheet Metal 02 says, Ralph will get on the level 1 podcast and drop a N-bomb on Phil.
Yeah, if he is letting Ralph on there, Ralph's gonna fucking do everything he can to get him demonetized or worse. So, holy shit. All right, here we go. Back at it.
So because of that, I don't think he really gives a shit. I think that if ever it behooved him to start talking about me again, he would, and maybe would be interested. But at this point, I don't think he sees any benefit from it, so why would he care? Right? And also, like, to crap on me right now also wouldn't make sense because I'm on the rise. Yes, my documentary came out, but it's not hurting me. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think someone like him would really would say anything. Someone just asked about Maximillian. I've heard nothing. So
wait, okay, first things first. So he's not going to talk to me because I'm not relevant enough, but he's not going to shit on me because I'm on the uptick. Which one is it? Because it can't be both. Maybe, Phil, you're just not relevant, and you're just not man enough to admit it. Maybe that's just what that is. I'm pretty confident that's what that was. What it was back then, what it is now. You're just not relevant. Like, you're not. Like, there are much bigger fish to fry for him, and he just doesn't care. Just take the hint.
You know, I publicly tweeted it.
All right, this is the Mac shit.
Not hurting me. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think someone like him would say anything. Someone just asked about Maximillian. I've heard nothing. So as you know, I publicly tweeted at him because I couldn't find his email. Then you guys gave me his email. I emailed that address. Nothing. Complete blackout. No response whatsoever. Are you surprised? My detractors have fucking harassed that guy for years, making shit up, saying that I'm constantly...
How'd they make it up when they sent him clips of the shit you said? How does that make... Alright, whatever.
Insulting him and talking about him when I'm not.
Really? You mean the last time when you called him a sellout in a shill and he has hashtag ad in his fucking chat description? It is what it is. He was paid to do it. These are your words, not mine. You're the one who called him a sellout. You're the one that called him a shill. You're the one who said he has a family and I understand it, but he's not honest. Paid advertisement. He's a shill. That was you. That was you. But you never said anything about him. Your detractors lied to him for years. All right.
Yes, my documentary came out, but it's not hurting me. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think someone like him would say anything. Someone just asked about Maximillian. I've heard nothing. So as you know, I publicly tweeted at him because I couldn't find his email. Then you guys gave me his email. I emailed that address. Nothing. Complete blackout. No response whatsoever. Are you surprised? My detractors have fucking harassed that guy for years, making shit up, saying that I'm constantly insulting him and talking about him when I'm not. If anything, every time I talk about Max, it's usually in a very positive light. There have been some criticisms that I've laid out that I feel are fair, but I never went after the guy. I never ripped him a new butthole for anything. I think he's a great content creator and a great person from what I've seen. That's what.
But you called him a liar because hashtag ads. That was you. What was the name of that game? That free-to-play Rumbleverse, was it? Or whatever the case may be? I can't remember exactly what it was now. The one that, there was a lot of guys in the FGC that was playing like that Wrestle Battle Royal game and shit. And he sat there and called all of them shills and sellouts and shit. And when has the FGC in wrestling had a crossover? Since when have the FGC ever cared about wrestling? Idiot! Wrestling has been engraved into fucking the FGC from the beginning. They were all like wrestling fans. You know what I'm saying? They all watched wrestling. They're all massive wrestling fans, especially during the Attitude Era, which, by the way, is that one era that DSP allegedly never watched. Keep that in mind too. That's a thing.
That's why I would have really liked to do a set with him in the MVC collection, but I can't make him want to do the collab because he's afraid of my troll. Like, I would guarantee you that's what it is.
Now he's trying to gaslight him and calling him a coward, saying, if he does anything with me, my trolls will attack him. You stupid son of a bitch. I didn't think you'd be ballsy enough to do that. Let's hear it again.
But I never went after the guy. I never ripped him a new butthole for anything. I think he's a great content creator and a great person from what I've seen. That's why I would have really liked to do a set with him in the MVC collection. But I can't make him want to do the collab because he's afraid of my trolls. Like, I would guarantee you that's what it is. He's totally afraid of my fucking trolls. And
you're literally calling him a coward. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is more than what I was expecting. Oh, not sure what that was.
Want to do the collab because he's afraid of my trolls. Like, I would guarantee you that's what it is. He's totally afraid of my fucking trolls. And let's be honest, the FGC wants nothing to be done with me.
Well, yeah, you're a fucking skid mark on them and shit. Of course, they did away with you a long time ago. So the FGC wants nothing to do with you, and Max is a coward. And that's the reason why you'll never be able to do it. Holy shit. And see, here's the thing. This is the reason why, this is literally one of the reasons, I should say, on why DSP is a disingenuous piece of garbage, right? Because you can't sit there and try to appeal to the person to give you a chance and then call them a coward if they don't. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying, oh, I want to be on That Being Said. I really want to go up there. But I'm too controversial as a detractor, right? I got too much baggage on me. And so I don't think they're going to let me on there because then their core audience is going to get mad at them and they're going to be afraid of what I'm going to say when I get up there. That's literally me calling fucking them cowards if I was to say that, by the way. This is all hypothetical pig noses. You know what I'm saying? That's all this is, hypothetical. So, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that, though. You can't do that. And it's literally all in how you word it. So to sit there and say, Max won't do anything with me because he's scared of my detractors is calling him a coward. You're literally just calling him a coward. So why don't you just be a man and say that? Just come out and say, I can't do a collab with Max because Max is a coward. Just say it. You might as well, because most people, well, maybe not most, some people will interpret as that. Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're calling Max a coward. You could just say, I'm a brand risk. Or you could say, I'm too controversial and I don't want to be a problem. But see, the reason why he won't say that is because DSP doesn't want to admit to be the problem. He's not the issue. It's his detractors that are the issue. And is Max going to go ahead and show himself to be the bigger man and disregard that and give me a chance? Or is he going to be a coward? And this is what DSP constantly does with people. He tried to do this with John and Howard. After their video came out and he tried to challenge them to talk to him, to have a conversation, to be men. Actually, he did that before the John and Howard video came out, and he did it afterwards because John referenced it. But if Doody or any other detractor comes out and challenges him, they're harassing me, they're threatening me. Okay, whatever, man.
Right? No, they want to stay away. The FGC sees Darksydephil as like the devil, plague, touch of death.
Weren't you on a thread or somewhere at SRK calling yourself Satan? So much for all that moral fagging we were doing not too long ago, huh? So much for being a good Roman Catholic or whatever.
That's not the truth, but that's how my detractors have portrayed me. To anyone in the FGC having any...
But that's not true because the FGC looked at you as a fucking waste of fucking cum way before you even had detractors, which is another thing he won't admit. But I'm pretty sure that the documentary said that too, that people were already wanting to stay away from you. Let alone what can be found in the archives. I'm sure Alt has gone through all this shit. So there's that. Let alone all that pedophile crazy shit you were talking about, chasing 14-year-old girls at the mall and shit when you were what, deep into your 20s at that point? Whatever. You know, just like father like son, right? You know, you're like that. Derek's like that. That's the reason why he's so comfortable doing it. Sure, Dave is proud.
Kind of relationship with me. You know what I'm saying? They just don't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole. Well, here's what really would have to happen, folks. This is the truth. Hold on, because I actually want to make a full screen thing for me to jump over full screen while we're playing. Someone, much like with Kino Casino, reaching out and giving me a chance, correct? They did. They gave me a chance in the YouTube sphere. They said, we will give you a chance. Come on our show over here on Kick. Hang out with us. And they have embraced me as a person and a creator, right? It would take someone from within the FGC space to want to make that step.
Shut up. Dialophone already gave you that opportunity, theoretically. He theoretically, not that he gave you an olive branch or anything like that, but he attempted to give you, fuck all that. He essentially tried to lead your ass to water. Basically. If you had shown some type of growth from what happened, not only from that video, but what happened in that comment section, people would have respected you. Instead, you took the coward's way out, deleted the video, you deleted your comment, trying to tank the video, right? Because that's what he was trying to do. Because there was like almost 200 comments under DSP's comment. DSP was mad that Dialophone wouldn't basically fucking police his comment section, so he deleted his comment with all the comments linked to it, thinking that would stifle the video, and it didn't. He just made himself look like a further bitch. And then the weeks dragged on, and then people forgot about it. Well, forgot about him. The video still got views. It still gets views. But he got faded out. So Dial-A-Phone, I wouldn't say he necessarily threw you a lifeline, but he tried to give you an opportunity and you pissed that away. Being you. Like, there is no saving you. You're just, it is what, if you die, you die. There is nothing coming out of this. There is nobody that can rescue you. It is what it is. Just like the situation with Kino. They didn't pull you out the fucking vortex. They didn't pull you out of the abyss. They just threw your ass a lifeline. But now you're getting to the point where you're starting to bring them down. Not necessarily drown them, but you're starting to bring them down. It's just not, it's gonna, once Andy really gets the numbers together, he's gonna tell PvP that, yo, this shit ain't really worth it, B. So whatever it is we can get out of them, do it. And then we gotta cut them loose. And guess the fuck what? They gonna cut you loose. And you can sit there and try to shame them and say, you thought we were buddies and you guys said that, you know, you really believed in me. And you guys are just like all the other detractors, and they're not going to care. They're not. And you're not going to turn their audience against them either. You're really not. You might pull a couple of dents for a while until they realize that your dents are even dented than they are. And then they're just going to go back to Kino. That's how that's going to play out. Facts. It's just because how it's going to work. It is what it is. And you're going to be stuck there with all your nice looking little toys and shit, looking like a fucking retard, because that's what you are. And you're going to be begging and pleading for people to talk to you, and no one's going to. Because if you can't hold on to Kino, you can't hold on to anybody. And you've never been able to hold on to anybody. And you know that. And I know that. And every other detractor, troll, hater, and critic that's worth their salt knows that. And that's why you're scared. That's why you did all that extra coping prep leading up to the documentary. And that's why you're going to keep coping for the next few days leading up until when you finish it. And then the weeks after the fact. End of story. Let alone whatever happens to you and Craig on Thursday. Because if that situation doesn't go well, then the night stream is going to be a bust. You better as well take the night off, son. We'll see.
To introduce me back to the FGC for anything to happen. I don't think that it's going to be Maximillian who's going to make that step. It has to be someone who's willing to take that chance. Maximillian DooD is a brand now. He's not just a person, a creator. He's a brand. So to be associated with me, he might think, oh, this is going to cost me and my brand and my family opportunities.
Well, no. The people that he's associated with or the brands that he's associated with will tell him that. Long before he even thinks it. You're right. Max has to actually go through some stuff before he can go ahead and do anything. Well, almost anything. Because there's money behind Max. Real money. Not the debt dollar that you got floating around here and shit. He's got real money behind him. He's got real opportunities and shit. And there's no reason to piss that away on you. Because you're not some great redemption story. PPP sold you a fantasy and you went with it. Good for you. But in the real world, where real shit happens, that's not going to fly. And PPP knows that. Andy knows that. Anybody with some common fucking sense know that. But you don't. And that's what makes you a good mark for Kino Casino. Because you don't know no better. Just like this little gambling, just like how you got your gambling addiction on full display with this second account on WWE Champions. You're literally spilling your goddamn piggy guts, telling people how the whole scheme works and how you fell for it and how you're falling for it again. I saw clips of that first night. Oh, I gotta buy this. I gotta buy that. I gotta get this. I need this for better bulls. I need to get this. I've never, just off the compilation I saw, I think it was Snorpernell, but it could have been Memology too. It could have been Mighty D, maybe. I don't know. I watched a lot of people around that time who did it. I saw $200 plus disappear just like that. Never seen $200 get spent that quick on nothing. On nothing. No booze, no food, no nothing. Anything that would be in your typical MO. I saw $200 plus get pissed away just like that for literally nothing. I saw you in full display. It was like you chasing the dragon twice. And you couldn't even stop yourself. You couldn't even pretend like you were in control. You just let it happen. Naturally. Like you've done thousands of times before. Like the junky bitch that you are. That's exactly what you did. Who wants to get behind that? Who wants to get behind some addict whore who doesn't value nothing? who looks at begging as just the way of life and has no prospects for anything else. You don't even care enough about your family that your house is falling apart and been falling apart. And I'm supposed to believe that fucking Duty or Super Crazy or anybody else is taking money out your pockets, taking food off your plate, when in actuality, if you're not drinking it away, you're eating it away, and if you're not eating it away, you're gambling it away. You don't think PPP don't see that shit? That dude's been losing faith in you at least a few streams before leading up to them going on vacation. The Derek thing is what's pushed them over. It's all right. You're usually the last one to know anything about anything anyway. So what the fuck am I telling you anything for? It's better when it all just slams in your face at the last fucking minute. It makes it just that much funnier. Whatever.
You know, sponsorships and shit that people don't want to be associated with Darksydephil because I did a show with him. You see? I get that. So it's going to take someone else in the FGC, much like how Kino Casino rehabilitated my image in general. Someone in the FGC has to take that step and say, I want to have Phil involved, whether I play games with him, whether he's on our show and he talks about video games and fighting games. It would take that.
What, wasn't that Brian? Damn, you really are treating that guy like he's just some just house ninja, huh? Like he's just some field ninja, huh? Damn, dude, that's... I don't know, maybe I'm looking at it too deep. But I don't know. That's what it feels like to me. It's like, it's funny, like Brian don't get no type of respect. It's like that motherfucker don't even exist. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. You treat somebody like that, someone you ain't known for years and whatnot, that motherfucker get cast aside and shit for a bunch of people that you don't even know. You're willing to whore yourself out, right, to a bunch of people that you don't know, who don't have your best interest involved, right? They're just playing you just like anybody else would. But the one guy who showed genuine interest, right, to want to see you do well, just cast that dude aside, right? Damn. Wild, man.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't know who would do that. I don't even know who's in the FGC these days that does that kind of shit. I don't pay attention to the FGC, you know? It just sucks because, no exaggeration, this thing happening to me right now, like, if I were to play Marvel vs. Capcom Collection with Maximillian, it would be highly entertaining for multiple different parties. Number one, people would actually see I don't suck at fighting games, which a lot of people don't know. They just...
You know you're garbage. You're garbage. Max is going to eat you clean. So that let's stop with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't played Marvel for years. You don't have the reactions and reflexes. Max has an actual cabinet. Max actually has friends who do play it. Max has people who come by and visit him and his family, and they play avidly. You're not doing shit with Marvel vs. Capcom 2. You can shut that shit up. You were a walking ATM then. You're going to be a walking ATM now to someone who don't even want the money. So let's go ahead and stop that. 2, you don't know how to talk. You don't know how to banter. You don't know how to actually interact with normal people. So that's going to be just an awkward conversation, if you could even call it a conversation. 3, and most importantly, people are just going to look at you and be like, why is this mentally ill, stunted individual up here on Max's stream? Is this like a Make-A-Wish Foundation type thing? Is this, you know, Give Kids the World or some shit? Is this a charity case? Because that's how it's going to come across. And no one will care. It'll be, you will get faded out. You'll get cleaned the fuck up and scraped on stream. And then you'll get faded and no one else will remember but you. And your detractors who make compilations of you getting your ass handed to you. And that's it. You will prove what I said, that you were the walking ATM that I said you were, that you actually were. That's it. You're going to get cleaned the fuck up. And no one will care after it's all said and done. Jesus Christ.
Believe what everyone says. So they see me hanging with Max in the Versus series would be highly entertaining in that regard.
What makes you think you could... Oh my God, it's bad enough that you called Max a coward. Now you're saying you can hang with him? Oh God. The copium is starting to get dangerous. I'm starting to get secondhand copium off this bullshit. This high is uncomfortable. Fuck.
But it could create bridges of content, right? Max does a ton of fucking...
I told you he's using Max. I told you. Let's bring it back. He's using him. He's always planning on using him. The fuck out of here with that bullshit. Talking about this is going to create bridges. What bridges? You ain't burned all of them. Max isn't going to... First off, Max ain't going to do it. If Max did do it, who are you going to get extended to? Max isn't going to vouch for you and say, hey, you should hang out with this guy, you should hang out with that guy. Why? They know about... Let me be very clear about this. A lot of the people in the FGC know about the shit talk that he says about the FGC, even if they don't know him. Even if they can't pick him out of the sea of dents that still follow him, they'll know, because someone will tell them, hey, that's DSP. You don't want no parts. He's a fucking weirdo. Saying he's just some old guy who fucking rants and raves and shit. He's garbage, this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Do you know how much damage you did to yourself during that situation with Chris G? During the beta? Maybe not. Do you know how much of a fucking fool and a tool that you look like during that nephew and Snake Eye situation? Why would anybody want to touch you? I mean, I don't know. Well, your wife doesn't touch you, so we already know that. Jasper don't know no better because he's undercover and you got to do what you got to do. But like, why would anybody want to affiliate with you? Anybody who has a name, you're going to immediately get on your knees. You're a whore to them. You're useless. You're useless to them. So what's the point? And then you admit that you don't know shit about the FGC, so what are you going to talk about? Your concerns, bitching, complaining in your bubble, and what actually goes on in the scene are two separate things that you don't know shit about. So that makes you worthless. That makes you useless. So now what? Max doesn't need that stain on him. I mean, truth be told, Dialophone throwing the bone at you shocks me. Good on him, though. But it shocks me. And do you know how many guys in the FGC who do know you and want a piece of you? Like, how about that? What about that? What about the content creators that are FGC content creators who probably don't feel any way about you either which way, but if they got into a lobby with you, they're going to eat good off you. How about that? You're a stepping stone, Phil. You always were. You always will be. You don't fucking give respect to a stepping stone. You treat them for what their purpose is, to be stepped on and stepped over. Period. All right, you can find out the hard way. I try to tell you. I try to tell you.
Says. So then see me hanging with Max in the Versus series would be highly entertaining in that regard. But it could create bridges of content, right? Max does a ton of fucking talk shows about fighting games. Other people do talk shows about fighting games. Why not have me involved in some way, at least to add in on a panel or something?
Because you're useless. Why would he do that? And Max is a coward, so why would he talk to you anyway? Your words, not mine. So, yet again, no, that doesn't make any sense. How are you going to call somebody a coward and then say, why not let me come on and talk to you guys? Why not let me go ahead and eat off of your guys' plate? Jesus Christ, what a scumbag.
Ton of fucking talk shows about fighting games. Other people do talk shows about fighting games. Why not have me involved in some way, at least to add in on a panel or something?
Add to what? You're not part of the scene and you don't follow it. You just said that. So why bring you in? I'm confused.
I have a ridiculous amount of fighting game knowledge. I was there back in the formative days of fighting games with the tournament scene and everything.
Yeah, but there are far more respectable people who aren't known to be pathological liars who've told the story and has already been compiled. They don't need you. On top of the fact that you're a pathological liar. Unless you're going to go up there and start naming names on all these alleged conspiracies that were going on, no one wants to hear it. And just in case you don't know, but I'm confident that you do know, any name that you call out, someone's going to be able to reach out to them. So on a live stream, for example, if you called out somebody's name and if they're still with us, someone knows them on Twitter, or someone knows them on Discord, or someone actually has their phone number. Someone's going to be able to call them, and they will get them up there, and that's going to be your ass, Mr. Pigman. What is wrong with you? Not everybody's still out there in the 1840s and shit. This isn't the Dust Bowl and shit. There are very few people you can talk shit about in the FGC that someone can't get a hold of lickety-split. That's what your dumbass is contending with. And you think Max is going to be able to defend you, and he can't. Because he's actually friends with those people. or those people actually respect him? Two things that you know nothing about because you don't have friends and you don't know what respect is. Womp womp.
And I'm a content creator. I'm available. But no one wants to touch me because of the detractor shit. It's that simple. It's the detractor shit, right? So there you go.
So you think attacking Duty is going to change that? Did Duty become the new Fred Fucks and I wasn't told? I'm confused now. Was there like a detractor meeting that I wasn't told about? Am I missing something? I'm confused now. Because now I'm just wondering. Like now I'm just confused. I don't get it.
So anyway, yeah, I don't think it's going to be Max to do it. To reintroduce me to the FGC.
It's not Max's it's nobody's responsibility, to be honest, but it's not Max's responsibility to try to save you. Like, listen to how he's wording it. It's almost like he's fuck it. It's almost like Max, he's making it sound like Max owes him something. And he should be the one to usher him in. But Max is too much of a coward, apparently, according to DSP. So someone else has to do the dirty work. Which, if you take that into context, that right there really displays what he thinks about Kino Casino.
And I'm a content creator. I'm available. But no one wants to touch me because of the detractor shit.
No, let me bring that whole sequence back. You got to get this out. You got to get it without my annoying voice. You got to get this whole thing in context.
See me hanging with Max.
Yeah, we're almost there. Is that what you looked like the first time fucking PPP presented himself to you, Phil? Nice. It's a great screenshot, though. Damn, Phil. That what happened when he unzipped on you the first time? Jesus, Phil. That's terrible. That's God dog. I mean, I don't know nothing about that, but god damn, Phil, that's you know, it is what it is. You've shown that you're willing to be open-minded, right? That's why you keep chasing fucking LTG around and shit. So I guess PPP's practice. I don't know. Whatever. Don't mind me. Just talking shit.
I don't know who would do that. It's gonna take someone.
This is crazy. Wait a second. I have Chiyo 18 made me something similar to that WWE thing and the Hulkamania thing in the background. I have something similar to that she made for me. Yeah, I do, actually. It's a 4-star hoagie. Yeah. The 4-star hoagie shit. I use it in my videos. It's just godly. Anyway, my bad. Context. Hold on a sec.
For anything to happen.
Okay. Yeah, let me play this whole sequence for you real fast.
Chance.
Because this shit is stupid. Just dumb. And it's only like 3 minutes, so it's no big deal.
Want to stay away. They have Darren a set with him in the MVC collection. After the guy him and talk, no response whatsoever. So as you know, I publicly tweeted him because I couldn't find his email. Then you guys gave me his email. I emailed that address. Nothing. Complete blackout. No response whatsoever. Are you surprised? My detractors have fucking harassed that guy for years, making shit up, saying that I'm constantly insulting him and talking about him when I'm not. If anything, every time I talk about Max, it's usually in a very positive light. There have been some criticisms that I've laid out that I feel are fair, but I never went after the guy. I never ripped him a new butthole for anything. I think he's a great content creator and a great person from what I've seen. That's why I would have really liked to do a set with him in the MVC collection. But I can't make him want to do the collab because he's afraid of my trolls. Like, I would guarantee you that's what it is. He's totally afraid of my fucking trolls. And let's be honest, the FGC wants nothing to be done with me, right? No, they want to stay away. The FGC sees Darksydephil as like the devil, plague, touch of death. That's not the truth, but that's how my detractors have portrayed me. To anyone in the FGC having any kind of relationship with me, you know what I'm saying? They just don't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole. Well, here's what really would have to happen, folks. This is the truth. Hold on, because I actually want to make a full screen thing for me to jump over full screen while we're playing. Someone, much like with Kino Casino, reaching out and giving me a chance, correct? They did. They gave me a chance in the YouTube sphere. They said, we will give you a chance. Come on our show over here on Kick. Hang out with us. And they have embraced me as a person and a creator, right? It would take someone from within the FGC space to want to make that step to introduce me back to the FGC for anything to happen. I don't think that it's going to be Maximillian who's going to make that step. It has to be someone who's willing to take that chance. Maximillian DooD is a brand now. He's not just a person, a creator. He's a brand. So to be associated with me, he might think, oh, this is going to cost me and my brand and my family opportunities. You know, sponsorships and shit. That people don't want to be associated with Darksydephil because I did a show with him. You see? I get that. So it's going to take someone else in the FGC, much like how Kino Casino rehabilitated my image in general. Someone in the FGC has to take that step and say, I want to have Phil involved, whether I play games with him, whether he's on our show and he talks about video games and fighting games. It would take that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know who would do that. I don't even know who's in the FGC these days that does that kind of shit. I don't pay attention to the FGC. You know? It just sucks because, no exaggeration, this thing happening to me right now, like, if I were to play Marvel vs. Capcom Collection with Maximillian, it would be highly entertaining for multiple different parties. Number one, people would actually see I don't suck at fighting games, which a lot of people don't know. They just believe what everyone says. So they'd see me hanging with Max in the Versus series would be highly entertaining in that regard. But it could create bridges of content, right? Max does a ton of fucking talk shows about fighting games. Other people do talk shows about fighting games. Why not have me involved in some way, at least to add in on a panel or something? I have a ridiculous amount of fighting game knowledge. I was there back in the formative days of fighting games with the tournament scene and everything. And I'm a content creator. I'm available. But no one wants to touch me because of the detractor shit. It's that simple. It's the detractor shit, right? So there you go. So anyway, yeah, I don't think it's going to be Max to do it, to reintroduce me to the FGC. It would have to be someone else who's willing to take that chance and maybe doesn't see it as like there's a risk reward. You know, there is, because, you know, what if you have a bunch of sponsors and they go, oh, you're associated with that Darksydephil guy that everyone hates? Well, fuck it. I'm going to drop my sponsorship with you now because you fucking work with Darksydephil. Fuck that, right? I get it. I have no ill will towards Max or anyone. I don't. I want them to.
And see, you know what this really, sorry, I just wanted you to get that whole, that at least that part. But if you really think about it, ladies and gentlemen, this harkens back to the Hutch situation, where he ain't talked all that shit about Hutch, and they went back and forth, and then DSP just blocked him. Then DSP got into a bad spot with Blip, and DSP had to go to DSP and beg him for a job to get into Machinima. After DSP ain't fucked himself over on Machinima the first time. So he literally is begging here, after calling Max a coward for not wanting to do nothing with him. He is, and then try to say it's Max should take on the responsibility of ushering him back in. Now he's basically begging and pleading with Max to give him that opportunity. That's crazy. That's crazy. All them years you ain't shitted on Max, you shitted on his success, you shitted on his positivity, you shitted on his growth. And now you're basically saying, well, Max is a big guy in the FGC. He should be the one to bring me in. He should risk everything that he built to give me a chance. And that's the shit he did with Kino. He's a parasite. He's a cancer. He's a plague. This goes back to what I told you. This is utilitarianism. If you do not have a fucking use, then you're in the way. And you saw that with Brian. Basically, I know I've been ragging on Brian heavy, but it's true. Like, Brian got used in the worst possible way, just so all of this shit can happen now. And that's foul. That's really fucking foul. And don't get me wrong, we live in a day and age where everybody uses everybody, but no one is out to be misused. And that's the core of Darksydephil.
All succeed. But it sucks that now I have no opportunities to do anything with people in the FGC, right? I just don't. No one wants to deal with it. Right?
And that in all the years he trashed the FGC as a whole. Remember that. Especially his Street Fighter V days. And now he wants those same people to embrace him. Think about that.
Right? All right. Let's go ahead and let's take a brief break. I'm just going to use the bathroom, and then I'm going to come right back, and we're going to play Call of Duty.
That's insane, boy. Holy shit, that was crazy.
2 minutes here.
I think he says one more thing when he gets back. Let me see. I don't know what this whole short thing is. He's playing his own shorts now. Kind of lame, to be honest. Let me see if he says anything else about him when he...
There's fucking skeleton. Fuck. Did anyone hear something about skeletons on the stream? Anyway, you don't remember this game? This is freaking Dragon Age Origins from a zillion years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get started. I received a contribution while I was in the loo. I received a $6.66 contribution from Darren. He says, Max is on a podcast called Triple KO on YouTube with Matt McMuscles and Justin Wong, a bi-weekly podcast covering all things FGC and fighting games. I would suggest contacting Matt McMuscles since he's actually the host and they would have you on in the future. I don't think they're going to have me on in the future. To be honest, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, I could try to figure out Matt McMuscles' contact, excuse me, and see if I can find how to reach out. I do not believe they would have me on that show. By any means, dude. I really don't think so.
Especially now that I think about all the shots that he took at Excellent Adventures with Gutex and Mike Ross. Did he memory hole all that too? Ooh. Like I'm telling you, Phil Shitstain goes a long way back, boy. I gotta tell you.
Like I said, the FGC wants nothing to do with me. You have to understand. They already have their own problems with drama and nonsense, and they probably think having me involved with them would just cause more drama and nonsense.
Well, that's weird. How would you know there's drama and nonsense when you don't follow the scene? Semantics.
You know, as fascinating as it would be to see that crossover, because wow, what a different fucking world that is. I'm so removed from the competitive FGC world and sphere that it would be wild.
And what do you mean the competitive FGC sphere? Being that there is content creation, there is streaming, there's a lot more facets than just the competitive aspect, which yet again shows you how out of touch he is.
To see that cross over, right? I'm kind of an outsider, but I'm
actually, hold on a second, because someone actually asked a question real fast. Let me see if I can grab that. Nah, we're almost done, because we're almost done. DSP has almost been clocked out. Jesus Christ.
Neanderthal says, you probably already stated your opinion, but did you see him demanding an apology from Justin Wong and a march with Tokido?
Yeah, I did. The apology from Justin is the dumbest thing ever, because DSP doesn't feel the need to apologize for some of the dumb shit that he said back in the day. So why would Justin need to apologize for anything, given all the shit talking that DSP's done behind his back? The match with Takido ain't doing that shit unless he randomly runs into him online, and even then the result's going to be the same no matter what. So it doesn't benefit Takido to do that. There is no rivalry. It's a one-sided beatdown, as it always was, and that's what it's always going to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what Takido does. DSP just runs around like a fucking poser. Period. You know what I'm saying? Real don't match up to real. End of story. You know what I'm saying? End of story. Takido will eat him for free. And then DSP will run back and say, oh, well, he does this all the time, and this is what he does, and this is his profession. So, you know, you couldn't really expect me to win. I just wanted to prove that I could hang, and you didn't hang. You just got your ass handed to him. So that's all that matters there. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Like, DSP can't hold up to that shit. It's fucking dumb. I don't know why you would even want, and why would Takido want to answer his call out anyway? That's a waste of Takido's time. Good question, though. Thank you.
Salty old dude who can give his opinions on FGC shit today, right? Like the current state of Street Fighter and shit like that. But I don't think they care. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, the risk there, my God, to be associated with DSP, right? The toxicity and everything. Even though I'm not toxic and I'm not doing awful things.
Like, this idiot forgot about all those Street Fighter compilations that are made about him each and every goddamn week. Semantics.
To them, it would be like, you know, just to have that sphere of bullshit, right? I don't know.
And keep in mind, this is the same FGC that, like, only barely tolerates LTG. You know what I'm saying? He still can't get himself unbanned yet from going to Evo or Capcom Cup. I can't remember if he's banned. I think he's banned from Evo. I don't know if he's banned from Capcom Cup. Because he's not banned from the scene as a whole, I don't think. You know what? I might be wrong. Don't hold me to that. I might be wrong. He may not be banned from this. Speaking of which, the next stream or the stream after, I need to go over the Foodie Beauty thing because there are some things I need to clarify and clean up on that, by the way. But Josh is still wrong because Foodie didn't expel Karate Joe. Karate Joe got up and out of there once he got doxxed, but he was still there under another name, and he might have still been sending Foodie Beauty money before he offed himself. So I need to make sure that I clarify that entire timeline and shit because it's kind of fucked. It's not as straightforward as people try to make it sound. So I gotta address that, and address my own mistakes too. There's a thing too.
I guess I have to figure it out. Like, how do you contact the guy? I don't know. I have to look into it. But like I said, I already officially wrote Max via his business contact, and I received no response.
Well, you're not worth researching, you're not worth contacting. So why would Max want to talk to you anymore? So it is what it is. And the thing is ironically enough, is you can see how sad he is. You can see how sad that he's trying to reach out to the quote unquote normal people, and no one will respond to him. I think that felting, I should say, is probably more satisfying than anything. You're using drama, right? And you're using Kino, and you're using this dark side of the internet type shit, this niche part of the internet to try to build your name up. So now he's trying to reach out to normal people, and no one want to touch him. Truth be told, even if he went to someone like Mutahar or even Penguin, they're both in their own dramas right now. Mutahar has that shit with Nux, and I don't think he's going to be able to get under that. And Nux is already under the knife with that VTuber shit where he ain't blamed that 24-year-old for all that bullshit that apparently didn't happen, and you ain't fucked that kid's life up. So Nux has already got that, let alone the Shagman shit that he's got to worry about. And then fucking the shit that Moise has to deal with Sneeko and all the other silly shit that he said with that. So neither one of them can really help you, and neither one of those guys are in the greatest position right now to be helping anybody. They need to try to get their own shit cleaned up. They need to they need to get their own yards together. Can't help you. So, and more importantly, neither one of them are going to give you enough exposure, believe it or not, that would make anybody impressed enough to just usher you back into gaming or even the FGC. It doesn't work that way. They all have their own little niche shit, and no one's going to deal with that. It's not going to happen. That's why DSP being so dependent on, oh, I don't want this documentary to be done, or I don't want to participate in this interview until things are going well for me, that doesn't mean anything. There are plenty of people who are in the worst possible position, and they do interviews and shit because they want to get their stories out. DSP is so hyper fixated, almost autistic to the point of he needs to be looked at in a positive light before he can do anything with anybody. All he's doing is wasting time. And that's the reason why he's in the situation he's in now, and that's why he'll always be in the situation. Like, Kino Casino didn't save you. All they did was basically allow you to be who you were always trying to hide. And that was to your detriment. You just don't know no better. That's really what it comes down to. You're so mentally fucking ill that you just don't know no better. And the other the other boot hasn't dropped on your fucking neck yet. But it will. It will. You know what I'm saying? And then assholes like me are going to be there. I'm going to keep the pressure on it all night and keep applying. So, like, there is no winning. And truth be told, if you're a detractor, there is no losing. You know what I'm saying? It's just all about, it's literally a waiting game. And, like, in this war of attrition, I got all night. So, I got all night.
So, Sandy, thanks for the membership. I like your funny clips in Call of Duty. Thank you, Sandy. And Big Boss just did a super chat. Do you think Matt McMuscles could help you reconnect to the fighting scene? The Super Best Friends ended, but he seems knowledgeable of that community. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he doesn't even know who Mac Muscles is. So you're literally throwing pearls in front of swine. He doesn't know shit about any of these guys. And because of that, they're gonna see right through him for his intentions, and he'll be cast to the side.
About the Super Best Friends ended, but he seems knowledgeable of that community. I don't know, what is Super Best Friends? What does that have to do with what we're talking about today? You confused me.
What an absolutely useless person.
I really have
just imagine you being online, allegedly being someone that could be a benefit to these alleged communities and don't know shit about any of them. That's insane to me, bro.
no clue. We've watched some of the Matt McMuscle's videos on my React show, and they're pretty good. Right? They're like documentary style videos about shit. They're entertaining. But that's about the most I know about them. Okay. Purple Pickle Yum Yum, thanks for the membership. 2 months, guess I'm a prepubescent pickle. I guess you are.
All right, let's get this waste of fucking skin off my fucking screen and shit. It was fun. It was fun while it lasted. I think I got my point across and whatnot. I'll have to get into that in video form later. Piece of fucking useless garbage. Jesus Christ. How can you be more worthless? I don't get it. I don't get it. You demand.
How you doing, dude?
You demand people to come to you and to help you into. Let me make sure I get. Am I not logged in? The fuck? I was just signed in a minute ago. Oh, because I came in through that link. All right. Well, I'll watch this video later and I'll hit. Big ups to Hate Army. Okay, hold on a second. But what a worthless fucking waste of meat. Jesus Christ, like worthless waste of skin. Jesus Christ, Phil. Absolutely useless. Fucking A. Big ups to Hate Army yet again. Coming through in the clutch. Oh, coming through in the clutch. Let's see here. Huh. Hold on a second. In June, okay, this is from Meth Bear. In the June the King documentary, he calculated that Phil made no less than $170,000 at least 1 year with Machinima. I'm telling you that I feel like that shit is a lot higher than that. Meth. I feel like that total is way higher than that. I'm not sure what he's using to calculate, but I'm pretty confident that's higher than that. Pretty confident. But big ups on that though. Oh my bad. Do I got an echo? Oh, my fault. I didn't realize Damn, my bad. I must have had. I have 2 sources of audio on. Yikes, my bad. I'll have to get on that. Let's see here. Big ups prop on that. Oh, what is this? You're the King, boys. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that. Sorry, guys. I know I'm saying a bunch of shit out of context. My bad. Big ups the prop. What is this?
And I was curious. I said, I'm just.
Okay, Meth Bear actually has the video here. Let's check this out real fast. Chat before we close up shop. Let me see what this is. I wanna know what this. Is. I'll play Meth Bear's video while I'm looking at what prop were sent through. And let me throw one more thing of snort bucks in the chat. Big ups to everybody that was here. I appreciate it. Getting a chance to rant and shit about silly ass shit this motherfucker's doing. Got life screwed up. God damn, Phil. Useless individual. Absolutely useless. Alright. Okay, let's see what Meth Bear has for us here. Let's check that out. It's always fun. Let's see. Can I not pull that up? What? There you go. Aw. Aw. Got it. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure why that was difficult. Okay. DSP Redcon's Rolling in Dough. This is brought to us by Meth Bear. Big ups. And nope. Let's drop the link to this video in the description too. I mean in the chat. Sharing is caring, chat. Don't forget that. Sharing is caring. So okay, there's the link to that. And okay. I think everything's good now, I hope. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring you guys in. So here shouldn't be an echo this time around. I hope not. Big ups to Prop for pointing that out and everybody in the chat that pointed that out. And here we go.
And I was curious. I said, I'm just curious on average, you know, how many subs do you guys usually get? They were like, on a slow show, we'll get like 300 subs. And on a good show, we'll probably do like 500 subs. I said, you do what? Think of the math there. That's all I'm going to say. Think of the math. Those guys make fucking bank. Every fucking stream, those guys are making fucking crazy, crazy bank. And that's consistent. That's not, oh, we made a big stunt and we embarrassed someone and we fucked them over so we could take their detractors' money and get it. And it's fleeting, but we you know, it's like a carpetbaggers. They come in and they just, they grab everything and then they leave. That's what the side scrollers did. Those guys literally have a loving fan base who love everything they do. They make bank, dude. That's fucking cool. That they could do that every fucking time that they stream. That's amazing. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't think I'm ever going to grow to that level. I don't think so. You know, I just don't see it. I'm too old. I'm an old dude. No one's going to care as much about me and my opinions. And I'm not going to be doing that much drama content either. Like, you know, a lot of people love the drama content. And you can see I'm not doing drama today. Today we did all gaming news and shit. But you guys still supported me, and I really appreciate that. I'm just not into that all the time. Every once in a while I'm into that. But not all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think I'm ever going to be like that big again. You know, at one point I was a fucking 10 million view a month YouTuber, and I was rolling in dough. I don't aspire to be that. I don't think that's coming back. But man, am I happy for what I'm getting right now. Let me tell you guys. You guys are amazing. Okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen. I was not rich 10 years ago. That's ludicrous if you think I was rich 10 years ago. let me put it this way. Because this is what some people don't know. Even in my biggest year ever as a YouTuber, I'm trying to think what the stat was. I know I never made $200,000 in a year. Never once. I actually don't think I ever even made $150,000 in a year.
And that's how I know he made $200,000 a year. To blatantly lie like that, you know what I'm saying? I'm confident he's made over $200,000. It was at least $240,000 for sure. At least I'm willing to stand on that. Oh, you lazy, useless son of a bitch. Ruthless, greedy vato.
To my knowledge. I could be wrong on that. But I'm almost positive I never did. You know? People are just dumb. They think that, like, I made tons of money and shit. No, I never did. Absolutely not. I was never rolling in the
And then you know what's sick about that, too? Is, and I'm just now kind of thinking about this shit again, is think about how he fucked over John Rambo. Right? You allegedly were cutting the money from the content that you and John made exclusively down the middle. When allegedly Machinima wasn't sending you monthly reports that you never requested for them to continue to do so after they just blatantly stopped. You go to John and be like, hey, John, I don't know how to cut up the money that we were giving anymore. Or we were making anymore. Now, how did we go? So John says, oh, well, give me $100 every time I show up and we'll call it even. And you were like, okay, but then DSP retcons that later, says he was willing to offer John a lot more, but John threw out a number and he was like, well, okay. But if John was only willing to take, what, $200, let's say, for 2 days worth of work, which is 6 hours, which is a 3-hour round trip there and back for him. So a 6-hour drive for 2 days worth of work, and you were only willing to pay him $200. How much was he really making when you guys were cutting the money down the middle? When you were allegedly doing the half and half shit, right? When you were paying him generously or handsomely, I think is what the actual story was. It really makes you think, Because if John, like someone just pointed out, he literally paid John for the gas money. But how much was he really paying John before that? And then, if John is your friend, why? And he says, "Oh, $100. Why did you say no, John? I'll pay you $3. I'll pay you $300 every time you come out." Why didn't you do that? But then he expects people to believe him and take his side on the situation with Respect the Pack and how they didn't want money. And they had 2 separate meetings, according to the lore. They had 2 separate meetings. DSP talked to them once, and then he talked to them again at a Starbucks. But then when John and Howard asked Respect the Pack, they said they never spoke to him. Or DSP had never spoken to them about money. Whatever, semantics. Big ups to Meth Bear, though. That really drummed up some memories.
Because I didn't do the things to roll in dough. I didn't take giant sponsorships. I didn't do promotions. Big YouTubers do all that shit. That's why they're rich. And then when they get to that level where they're making like $1 million a year, they're just investing their money and making it all tax-free, and then they're rich forever. I never got to that level. I'm just like you guys.
How do you?
I work hard every day for a reason.
They invest their money and it's tax-free. That's not how. You know what? I don't need to give you no more advice. Fuck you. As someone who does invest, that's not how exactly that works, son. But whatever. Then again, this is coming from the same scumbag who doesn't file his tips on his taxes, but everything that he gets through donations, he writes off as if it was his own shit. So, and maybe that's a smart thing to do. I don't know. But whatever.
They're just investing their money and making it all tax-free, and then they're rich forever. I never got to that level. I'm just like you guys, man. I work hard every day for a reason. You really think I'm here today sick because I want to be? I'm sick, but I got to work just like you guys.
Really the average man there, huh? Okay, Phil. All right, whatever you want to say. You want to say, buddy. Okay, let me see something real fast. Jesus Christ, Phil. That's ruthless. Okay. Oh, big ups to... Ah, damn, big ups to Prop. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, I'm going to have to play this on the next stream. Oh, this must be fantastic. When was this? I might have watched that. That channel seems hella familiar, too. I can't... That's not their original name, though. Alright, but big ups, Prop. Yo, Prop, I'm about to... Yeah, I might have to hit you up after this. Alright, good shit, the Prop. God damn, dude. Like... See, I think there's a compilation out there, too, of all of DSP... Of all of the times Medicare talked about DSP. I need to look that up. We need to watch it on stream one time. But that's like last time I checked, it was like a 7-hour compilation. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just a messenger. Credit to Kiwi, Andy, and that being said. All right, big ups. Big ups, Prop. Big ups. I could throw the thing in. I could throw the... I'm not sure if it'll let you throw the link up. No, I can do it. All right, let's check in with chat one more time, and then I will let you guys go. Thank you guys for coming out. Very much appreciate it. And let's have you guys sound off. Make sure that's up there so there's no echo. And Sonic, here you go.
Sonicicago 5962 says, do you think DSP told the person he was ordered to ban to create a sock account?
Probably. I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me.
Neanderthal says, sorry, no coffee for me right now, but I'll take a gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic. I can see if I can try to whip one of those up for you real.
Ice Yamamoto says, I think it's funny he wants to fight Max but won't fight PPP, saying it's boring. It's the same for Max then.
It is, because he's nowhere on Max's level. Just like how, like you said, he thinks PPP or Andy's not on his level. It's just insulting all around.
Alive and well in Israel says, watching him play WEC was cathartic.
It was. That was like, I think it gives you a real idea of how much of a full-blown addict that he really is. That shit's crazy, dude. That first stream was, or at least it's the compilation that I saw was fucking insane. How quick it was, like the money didn't even exist. It was like it wasn't even an extension of his body. There was no thought into it. It was just, we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this, and we need this. And he just did it with no forethought or anything. No thought of tomorrow. No thought of even the next 10 minutes coming up. Just right then and there. Truly a fucking sociopath, to be honest.
David says, LMAO a 6-star Hogan is only impressive to maybe a handful on people.
Exactly. At least people within that community.
Visible Dimwit says, maybe he can go stream WWEC full time next then?
Maybe. I mean, people were telling him he should make content on it for years, but he wouldn't do it because it's his own little dirty secret. That's the reason why he's always been resistant of doing so. And he don't want to expose the name on his main account because it's just going to verify that what we said is true. Just like with the Derek situation. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't care if you think what he does is immoral or not. It's his own dirty little secret, and the fact that the trackers figured it out with what he says, little to no evidence, and whatnot, it bothers him. And and if he can hold that over our heads and say, I have this over you, ha ha ha, then that's what he's gonna do.
Neanderthal says, David, I'm impressed, a lot. He should spend more money to boost up its power level.
Agreed.
Isaiah Reedy says, it's fine now.
Nice. My fault on that.
Excalibur 2010 says, jealous much.
That's all he lives for.
Neanderthal says, LOL. Neanderthal says, carpetbaggers.
I'm surprised he actually used that term too.
Excalibur 2010 says, that's not what carpetbaggers mean, DS Pig.
Nah, it's not. But let's be honest, DSP misuses terms all the time.
Isaiah Reedy says, petty pigroach. David Cruz says, literally what Kino doing to you, DSP?
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah Reedy says, LOL. But a love 324 says, bruh. Neanderthal says, rainy day find all over again.
Yep.
David Cruz says, side-scroller were more fair to DSP than Kino was, but since they didn't kiss his ass.
Yep. Because they gave him pushback because they didn't believe every little thing he told them, which Kino didn't either, but they were just better at hiding it. So it is what it was.
Neanderthal says, he was rich, he wasn't wealthy.
Yeah, but DSP has no concept. He doesn't even really understand what it's like to be rich, to be honest. Which is really hilarious when you think about it.
Visible Dimwit says, there's no financial capable person in that household.
Not at all.
David says, has Worski said anything publicly about the doc?
I don't know. That's actually a very good question. I can check his Twitter, but nothing that I can think of, to be honest. I know Doc's comeback is supposed to be soon, though, from what I'm hearing.
Visible Dimwit says, there's no budget for anything.
At all.
Neanderthal says, he was making more than his dad. Even his dad was impressed by the check he received.
Yeah, that first one that he showed him. He said, this is how much I make doing all this. And yet, his parents have still continued to fund him since he got fired. That's so crazy to me when you think about it in context.
Neanderthal says, $100 a day. Visible Dimwit says, but hey, he's a business school graduate.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just an dimwit, what would I know?
Yeah, what would any of us know compared to the valedictorian Darksydephil, Paul Burnell. Sorry, let me put some respect on that pussy.
Pyroclastic says, it was never $200,000. It was $249,000. Dude.
Semantics. Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing too that you find during this documentary thing. Like the smallest thing could be off, and that's what he'll latch onto. But he's always been that way. So that's the pettiness of him.
Meth Bear says, then there was that one time John got thousands and was like, WTF?
Yep.
Pyroclastic says, facts matter. Be specific.
True. Silent
Weapon C8 says, Rambo paid in gas money.
Which is unfortunate, man. Think about it. And like I said, and that's how I kind of knew Brian was going to be screwed, because DSP loves John. I don't care what anybody says. DSP loves John. If he would treat John like shit, then Brian never had a chance.
Neanderthal says, I never made $200,000 Maran, I made $199,999.99.
My mistake.
Neanderthal says. Absolute idiots.
Indeed.
Visible Dimwit says. The pig want to buy John's special service?
Wow.
Excalibur 2010 says. Phil fits the description of a carpetbagger, an outsider who pretends to be an insider to take advantage of a group for their own personal benefit. Neanderthal says. John had to butt his own food and guess.
Yeah, that's true too. Unless the rare situation where Phil just ordered food, but yeah, John essentially paid his own way. That's him paying. But remember, DSP paid him handsomely, so John's a liar apparently.
Neanderthal says. They were shooting videos all day and the pig didn't offer pizza.
That sucks.
David says. Yeah, he really FD over John. I think DSP said once that they finished whole playthroughs while John was here.
Yeah, he literally would have John spend his whole day over there doing shit. But remember, John was a major draw, so that's why DSP did it.
Visible Dimwit says. Driving 6 hours to do that is too much for $100.
Agreed. But, DSP used their friendship as a pretense against John, so is what it was. John thought he was helping a friend.
Kumi Connors says. He never got to that point? Kumi Connors says. But he rejected it?
You should think.
Excalibur 2010 says. You beg Phil. Neanderthal says. GTG, can you imagine he would tell John that why does he have to pay him when they can now play Coop online after he moved to WA? He would have taken those $100 back immediately.
Now that you brought that up, it makes me wonder if, let's say, John did commit to doing the Coast to Coast show and doing co-ops online. How would DSP have split the money up then? Would DSP have even split the money? It really makes you think.
Neanderthal says. That's how greedy this pig is.
Agreed. Oh, well, damn, for sure. Absolutely fucking sure.
Blood, Bath and Beyond says. Phil should be cutting receipts for the donations so the donators can claim the value on their taxes.
It'd be nice.
Jesse Green 619 says. You nothing like us.
Nope.
Neanderthal says. Which channel?
If you're talking about if you're referencing the last video we did, that was Meth Bear. I can actually repost that in the chat real fast.
Polish Debo says. Yeah, he's living the American dream SMH.
Or at least his version of it. Like I said, I wouldn't trade my worst day for DSP's best day. It's just not worth it.
Agent Proper says. I'm just the messenger, the credit goes to Kiwi Andy and TBS.
Big ups to both. Kiwi Andy and that being said.
David says. It was still multiple videos that John did in a single day, where a single video made more than $200.
Yep, but see, that's what I'm saying though. And what I've been saying, I don't think John knew how the money was being cut up. You know what I'm saying? I know John said that, DSP was making $200 an ad or $2 for every 1,000 clicks or whatever it was. But I really don't think John knew what the money was being cut up. I think DSP told him a number and John just ran with it. I don't think that's how the money was really being cut up.
Neanderthal says. They never include the segments when Jim went on the sock. They are still up, no one has re-uploaded them.
That's unfortunate. You can find the SOK Medicare stuff though. You can find those. Because there was his first appearance, he was supposed to go up there and talk to Brightside Viking. That didn't happen. Then he came up there again. I think he's only talked to them 2 or 3 times, I think. Pretty sure. I'll have to look that up. But yeah, I'm sure you can find it though. I'm sure there's at least a couple people who have it besides SOK.
Kumi Connors says. Golden Triangle Gaming Live, did you hear Phil inciting violence on Rocksteady Games?
Someone had referred to it, and I guess it was in like a duty video or something. I didn't watch it through him, But I'll check it out later and I'll see what's up with that and find out. I wouldn't be surprised DSP saying something stupid. So that's no surprise, at least on my front.
Retro Dude Manx says, the title of the documentary should be The Lion King.
I might have to use that for an upcoming video like that.
David says, if DSP was a real man, he should have given the first BMW to John.
That would be nice.
Silent Weapon C8 says, love how the AI pronounces Hogan as Hogan.
Oh, shit. Well, he doesn't have to worry about... I mean, that would probably be more of a reference to Panda, not calling Panda a hoe or anything. But that would probably be more of a reference to her. Let's be honest, Cat's not going nowhere. He ain't plumped her up real nice. Not in the way that she wanted, but real nice either which way.
Visible Dimwit says, Phil treats everything and everyone around him like dirt.
Yes, he does.
Pyroclastic says, everything he's doing now, his chat and the side scrollers already told him to do, but only Kino got him to do it. $.
It's amazing how that worked out, didn't it?
Dwight Race says, DSP looking for the internet to white knight for him.
Yeah, which is really pathetic. Because the only people that he can really look to are the very people that he shitted on. Isn't that amazing? And that's literally been DSP's whole fucking life. The very people he wants to, that he's willing to run to for help are people that at one time or another he's previously shitted on. That makes no sense to me. That's wild. You know what I'm saying? Imagine you running to your enemies for help. It just seems tasteless. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? How do you have pride?
Well, Swade says, PPP did say that after watching for 2 hours Phil was felted and the house did him wrong. Dwight Race says, imagine a bunch of no-life losers can convince others that you're a POS and you have no way to prove these no-life are wrong. Imagine.
Big ups, Dwight.
David Cruz says, wonder what John and Howard would say about Derek.
I wonder too, to be honest, especially Howard. I'd really like to catch Howard's thoughts on that.
Neanderthal says, Cat could roll away. Neanderthal says, Liana the first Hogan.
Yeah, actually, that fits so well.
Ice Yamamoto says, Phil is treating his editors just like Project 7, not paying them at all.
Oh yeah, of course his editors are in the fucking piggy sweatshop working it out.
Blood, Bath and Beyond says. Keith, the soon-to-be second Hogan.
That's hilarious. All right, fellas, or ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you guys coming out. It's been fun and whatnot. It's been good times all around. Big ups to Hate Army, big ups to Meth Bear, big ups to Agent Proper, big ups to all of you guys for showing up and whatnot, giving me a little bit of your time and whatnot. I'm sure DSP's second felting is about to happen soon, so big ups to that. Oh my god, I need to stretch. Fuck it. Let's see here. Like I said, big ups again to Meth Bear and whatnot. I need to reach out to you. Definitely need to do and whatnot. Let's see here. Thank you guys for all popping up and whatnot. I appreciate it. Big ups to Prop yet again for shooting me the message. Meth, if I don't hit you later on today, I'll hit you tomorrow. But yeah, I do have a Discord and whatnot. So that's a thing. Indeed. Like I said, thanks for all you guys showing up. I very much appreciate it. Like I said, I'll catch you guys on the flip. Let's see if we can find something to play you guys out on. What do we have? What do I have? Childish Gambino. We can do that. Something signifies DSP. Usually would have something like already planned out. Got it. Yeah, that'll do. That there. This.
Old Spice shampoo.
Oh, god damn it with the ads, son. That is actually a funny commercial though. I can't be mad at that. Okay. Okay. All right, chat. Like I said, thank you guys yet again for showing up. Very much appreciate it. Excuse me. And play you guys out proper, if you will. Childish Gambino, you know how it works. Catch you guys on the flip, hopefully sooner than later. Later, people.
Picking out my fro with my fist comb. I got a tab at the stone, baby, this long. My little brother was having a little trouble. I hope that he doesn't care that it's in this song. Koreatown lunch and talking about how to run things. He said Atlanta wanted something. Waka G's in your future got the streets locked down. Copycats making sure Tip keep that crown. I'm fucking around with the truth. Went to see the roots. Quest brought me back on stage in a suit. I went hard cause niggas say that I'm soft. Even Black thought I'm aiming a little hard. I gotta be honest. Feeling like the other stuff is kinda behind us. Making jokes here and there, then got us some dollars. Trying to show the whole world what it is, and it ain't a game. He said, homie, stay the course, ain't shit changed. Weird night and everybody was tipsy, hanging out with Questlove, reminiscing about Whitney. He like, man, we can't even make it to 50. That reminds me, I sent a long text message to my mom and pop. I got the same speech when I left 30 Rock. My mom like, why you wanna leave a good job? My dad like, do your thing, boy, don't stop. Shout out to my nigga Luke, shout out to my nigga Swank for hanging at the crib and telling me what you think. Speak from your heart and never compromise what you feel's real. And never let these white people tell you how to feel. Never let anybody tell you how to feel. I wanted what they had back in the 4th grade. Family vacates, you know I did it all. Just to see my little sis by a waterfall. My great granddad bought his own freedom. Walked barefoot to Virginia to start his own peanut farm. So don't be alarmed, man, I'm royalty. Jam of the week, V103. No cosign, no bovine. More swag, pull back on the punchlines. Starving, every track means lunchtime. I'm a star, how could I not shine? Fuck boys, chase hype and scrap chicks. And niggas who stop texting after 1.6. DG lover ain't nothing to fuck with. D money ain't nothing to fuck with. And what's a leader if he isn't reluctant? Too bad for y'all, I'm blasting off. I'm not Asher Roth, I don't sleep on my bread. Dick right, stay close, I might flash a ball sometimes. All the shit make a nigga feel guilty. I used to sleep with them roaches. Back on my mind, oh, I hope show gets canceled. Maybe then I can focus. Hawaii touchdown. Go ahead, baby, put your shades on. East side to the gravestone. Brown liquor, but my girl in Bed-Stuy. Nigga, you got drive like a sale at Best Buy. Hold up, we can do better. Put my voice on the track, man. This shit is much wetter. At the studio at 8 a.m. Hit the booth and eat. Nigga, we ain't them. Nigga, we ain't them. Drop a line at your Facebook status. Hit the shit about a week ago. You still mad at us. If there's something on your chest, nigga, let it out. Cause I'm the best. Da da da.